living in Pakistan, I think you know that how the current situation affects every single Pakistani in their everyday life with the measures that are in place and the rising prices. And so I think in this context, we're really, really realizing how climate action and an emphasis on clean energy transition is no longer sort of a separate or secondary priority. It's really fundamentally linked to economic resilience, energy security, and even national stability. So a lot is at stake. And one thing which is talked about a lot is the energy supply. But what you all will be discussing today is energy efficiency. And I've learned that energy efficiency is sometimes called the first fuel because the efficiency is really the fastest and most affordable and most practical way to strengthen energy security, reduce the cost, and lower emissions all at the same time. So, I mean, it's very clear energy efficient industries are more competitive. And in Denmark, we have experienced the energy transformation firsthand. In the 1970s, Denmark was one of the most fossil fuel dependent countries in Europe. And I think the oil crisis in the 70s was a big wake-up call and a turning point for us, which sort of said we need to diversify and we need to become more green, both for energy security, but also for the climate. So we did a lot of investment, long-term planning, a strong institution, innovation, and very much a close cooperation between the industry and the government. So we have globally become, or gradually become, a global leader in energy efficiency and renewable energy. And I think one important lesson that we're very proud of is that we did this transition where green transition and economic growth went hand in hand. So, I mean, a green transition is not about slowing down productivity or limiting production. It's really about modernizing industries, improving productivity, and preparing businesses for the future so we can have a green transition together with economic green growth. And this is also why the Danish Energy Agency has cooperated so closely with Pakistan over the years, because we are really eager to share these experiences and exchange knowledges. And we have a long-standing cooperation since 2021, where it was called the Danish Energy Transition Initiative, DETI, where there's a long sort of build-up of technical cooperation and also trust and mutual trust and cooperation between the two agencies, which we were very proud to, in 2026, turn into what is called a strategic sector cooperation, which means that we have a committed partnership for the next 3 years between the Pakistani and the Danish energy authorities, which really gives, predictability and time for a structured dialogue and real plans to move forward, because we know we'll have this partnership for the next 3 years at least. I'm also very pleased that today the workshop will focus not only on policy discussions, but also, as I mentioned before, be very practical around knowledge sharing, lessons from energy audits conducted in Pakistan in the textile sector, which I will not say anything clever about because experts will do that after me. But just to say, knowledge exchange is critical. And even though we have some valuable experiences from Denmark that we want to share, it's not like Denmark has all the answers, and really no country can address climate and energy challenges alone. So we're also eager to learn and have this exchange today. So we do come with a willingness to share experiences, learn together, and build long-term cooperation based on mutual respect and a common ambition. And I think, needless to say, and this is also why we find it very interesting, and we also learn a lot from engaging with Pakistan. There's enormous potential, a dynamic industrial base, some of you in the room today, a young workforce, growing awareness of sustainability challenges and opportunities as well. So I think by investing in energy efficiency today, Pakistan is in a good position to strengthen industrial competitiveness, create jobs, reduce emissions, and build greater resilience for the future. So all good things go hand in hand. So I really do hope that today's workshop will lead to meaningful exchanges, stronger collaboration between all of you, some networking, and most importantly, some actionable ideas that can support Pakistan's industry transition. So I don't want to take more of your time because you need to get on with the work part of the shop. So I really do thank you all again for taking the time today and come together for accelerating the industrial energy efficiency transition here in Pakistan. So I wish you a very productive and inspiring workshop. Thank you so much all for coming.
Thank you so much, Maya Mortensen, for your insights and for your remarks. We will shortly be joined by Dr. Abid Suleri, who is the Executive Director of STPI and the Chairperson Board of Directors of NDRMF. But before that, I would request Honorable Ina Lepel, the Ambassador of Germany to Pakistan, to please come join us on the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Danish Energy Agency, NICA and SDPI for bringing this workshop together, and of course all participants who have joined us here today at the Mövenpick Hotel, and some of them coming quite a way in order to do that, as I just learned. I'm particularly pleased to share the stage with Her Excellency Ambassador Maya Mortensen and our Danish colleagues. Germany and Denmark share a deep commitment to the green transition, and this joint workshop is a fine example of this partnership in action. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to the distinguished representatives from the Ministry of Climate Change, the Ministry of Industries and Production, and the Ministry of Energy. Your presence signals that Pakistan's leadership is taking industrial sustainability seriously, and that is exactly the right message. Today's workshop focuses on three closely connected topics: energy audits, energy management, and life cycle analysis, and why they matter specifically for Pakistan's textile sector. These are not technical subjects in isolation. There are market access requirements. The European Union, Pakistan's largest textile export market, is moving fast. The carbon border adjustment mechanism, mandatory sustainability reporting, life cycle-based environmental requirements are no longer future proposals. They are becoming law. Pakistani textile exporters who cannot demonstrate their environmental performance across the full value chain, from raw material to finished product, risk losing contracts to competitors who can. That is why energy audit findings and life cycle analysis, best practices being presented today by the Danish experts from Vigand Mao, are so directly relevant. Pakistan's textile sector is the backbone of this economy, accounting for roughly 60% of export earnings and employing millions of workers around the value chain. Within the sector, small and medium enterprises are particularly critical. They carry the largest share of employment, yet are often the most under-resourced when it comes to energy efficiency and sustainability compliance. Any roadmap for decarbonizing Pakistan's textile industry must start with small and medium enterprises. They cannot be left behind in this transition. Germany, through its development cooperation, has made green industrial transformation a central priority in its engagements with partner countries, including Pakistan. German development cooperation is actively supporting Pakistan's textile sector in its decarbonization journey, with a focused emphasis on challenges facing small and medium enterprises. You will hear more about our textile project shortly. What I want to underline here is that this is not advisory work at a distance. It is hands-on, enterprise-level support helping companies adopt sustainable technologies, improve energy efficiency, and build the capacity to meet international sustainability requirements. The work of German Development Cooperation is directly aligned with the agenda that will also be followed by this workshop today. From the energy audit findings presented by Wiegand Mauer to the panel discussion on a roadmap for decarbonization this afternoon. The question, how do we incentivize textile companies to conduct carbon audits, develop climate plans, and implement life cycle analysis, is exactly the question German Development Cooperation is working on the ground with real enterprises. Today's agenda is rich. Energy audit results, life cycle analysis best practices, a discussion on Pakistan's circular economy in textiles, and a panel debate on decarbonization roadmap. Please make the most of it. My message to the private sector participants here today is simple. Do not wait for the regulatory deadlines to arrive. The companies that invest in green transition now will be the ones that retain and grow their share in the European market. Germany is a committed partner in this journey. We look forward to working with Pakistan to make the green transition of this sector a reality, not just a roadmap. Thank you, and I wish you a very productive workshop.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ina Lepel, for your encouraging words for the Pakistan and for the green transition that is happening in Pakistan. Green transition in Pakistan and the green industrialization in Pakistan could not be possible without such support from German, from Danish embassy, and the continuous work of Pakistan that is actually proceeding towards best practices that we are taking from the Denmark and from Germans are actually inculcating in our industrial sector. And this time, the textile sector, which is one of the most export-oriented sector for Pakistan, very critical for Pakistan's economy as well. But we are tackling with both the challenges that we are, when we are importing the green technologies, we are we are paid in dollars, and when we are getting revenue, we are generating in rupees. So this is the challenge that textile industry is currently facing, and along with that, we have a CBAM requirement as well. So multiple challenges that our textile industries is facing, and many industrialists are here to learn that how we can best suit it in economical situation and geopolitical situation, that how the sustainable industry, textile industry could work in Pakistan. Along with that, the government interventions, the subsidies models that are needed for the textile industry are very much welcome. And we have government partners with us who will look after what are the possibilities for that as well. Thank you for both of you for joining us. And now, because towards the next sessions, we have different presentations from Mr. Nadeem Nawaz Saab, who is the country manager, Danish Energy Agency, on the Pakistan-Danish Strategic Energy Sector Cooperation and Introduction to Energy Efficiency in the Industrial Sector in Denmark. And then we have a presentation with Mr. Fridolin as well on the best practices that they are currently doing in the Danish context as well. And we have Nika presentation with us, that what are the state of policies and strategies that they are currently implying, and GIZ presentation on the sustainable transformation in Pakistan's industry with us. Along with that, when we are ending these presentations, we would have a great panel discussion with us. We have representations from APTMA, All Pakistan Textile Manufacturing Associations, as well as textile industries, government departments, key experts with us who have been working with the textile industry for the past couple of years. So I would request the participants to stay with us till the end of the session, and I hope that this workshop would be beneficial for them to have a great key takeaways for their inputs in the industrial sector. We are ending this session right now, and I would request for the group photo to Ms. Honorable Maya Mortensen and Ina Lepel to please join us on the stage for the group photo. And I would request Nadeem Nawaz Saab, Fridolin, Dr. Khalid, to please join us on the stage. Jamshed Sahab, if you could please, sir, please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please be with us. We will be starting the next technical sessions around 10:45. Till the time, we are just getting networking conversations with each other. We are starting in 9 minutes at 11 o'clock, the technical session. Dear audience, please settle down. We are starting the session. Thank you so much for joining us. We are now starting the session again on the exchange of knowledge and best practices in energy audits, energy management, life cycle analysis for textile sector in Pakistan. And we have been joined by our executive director, Dr. Abid Sulehri, who is the chairperson, board of directors, National Disaster Risk Management Fund, Pakistan. We have earlier we had with us Honorable Ina Lepel, Ambassador of Germany to Pakistan with us, and we had also the keynote address by Maya Mortensen, Ambassador of Denmark to Pakistan. Now I would request Dr. Abid to please join us on the stage and formally welcome the Ambassador here.
Thank you, Saleha, distinguished ambassador of Denmark to Pakistan, esteemed my colleague from Danish Energy Agency, GIZ Pakistan, NICA, and others, friends from APTEMA, our international technical experts, my dear friend Nadeem Saab. It's a real honor to welcome you in Islamabad today. There's a lot happening today in Islamabad, being the last working day before extended Eid holidays. I think there are multiple high-level activities that are taking place. My apologies for missing the Excellency German Ambassador because of my other engagement. But it's indeed a privilege and a responsibility to offer these opening remarks on this very important topic, which is about exchanging knowledge and best practice in energy audit, energy management, and life cycle analysis for Pakistan's textile sector. We know, ladies and gentlemen, that the war in Middle East, it has changed a lot. Many of the targets set both for sustainable development goal as well as green and clean energy. First, those were affected by Ukraine war, and now by this Gulf situation. Energy systems, they are being reset everywhere, depending how quickly this conflict in the Middle East concludes and when and how. But one thing is quite certain amidst all these uncertainties, and the certainty is that energy systems would not remain same. Countries, they would be trying to reduce their dependence on imported fuel. And in order to do it, they'll be adopting for whatever options they are available. And that is the perspective in which today's workshop, it becomes extremely important. When we have to reset something, when we have to revamp something, when we have to make pros and cons of what to adopt and how to adopt, and which practices to leave, that has to be based on certain data and certain observations, certain evidences. And in simpler terms, those observations, those are called energy audit. And this is what we'll be discussing the whole day. Energy audit. If you look at the three: energy audit, energy management, and life cycle analysis, it in fact for any industry, it tells us how to actually switch from their energy requirement from one source to another, how to optimize it, how to bring more efficiency in it. And this actually contributes to macro level target. And macro level target in case of Pakistan is to reduce our dependence on imported fossil fuel, ideally through adoption of renewable energy. But if we can minimize our import by energy efficiency, that would also reduce our dependence on imported energy. And for this, we owe gratitude to Danish Energy Agency and Embassy of Denmark in Pakistan for mobilizing some of the expertise in Pakistan. CBAM, my personal understanding is that after the first 6 sectors, perhaps due to these wars and others, its full-scale implementation would slightly go on some lower gear, but it would definitely come back as the appropriate time comes. But CBAM or no CBAM, it's right now industry's own interest to check its energy consumption, to optimize it, and to reduce its energy bill. We know that right now IMF mission is finalizing the budget for next fiscal year, 26-27. One of the thorny issues that would be remain to be continued and would be discussed virtually now from DC as IMF mission goes back, is about energy tariff and energy subsidies, which of course government is keen to provide, but the fiscal reality don't allow such subsidy to be provided. It would also be about the use of renewable and batteries. It's also about GST on electrical vehicle. So if you look at the broader picture right now, energy, economy, politics, geopolitics, all of them, they have somehow conglomerated and converged at one particular point. And that point is actually creating a lot of hassle for governments in their planning, in their policy making, in their budget making. And within this context, we thank the experts, and we look forward to learn from the best the practices as they are adopted in Denmark. And I hope the stakeholders here, they will be upcoming and they would be asking questions. I'm sorry for the absence from Ministry of Climate Change. The minister and the whole team, they are in Baku for World Urban Forum, and rest of the government dignitaries and officials, they are in Sarina right now, where they'll be cutting cake for Pakistan-China 75th year friendship anniversary. So as I said, it's the timing that affected the participation from government sector in this important event, but we look forward to learn from our distinguished experts. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abid, for your remarks. And definitely for this sector, textile sector, we for this workshop, we are currently exploring the three options. First, how the industries are more compatible in the case of EU CBAM. Secondly, what are the tools that are needed for the energy audits, and what are the life cycle assessment that is needed for the industries to decarbonize in that context. So by this, we are starting the technical session, and we had with us Mr. Nadeem Nawaz, who is the country manager in a Danish Energy Agency, and his presentation is on the Pakistan-Danish Strategic Energy Sector Cooperation and Introduction to Energy Efficiency in the Industrial Sector in Denmark. Sir, please join us on the stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Thank you so much, Saleh, for the nice introduction. Thank you, Excellencies, for your excellent welcoming remarks. And thank you also, Dr. Abid, for your insightful message on the current situation in Pakistan. Please allow me to give you the first presentation. I would like to present the Pakistani-Danish Strategic Energy Sector Cooperation, which the ambassador already introduced in her welcoming remarks, but maybe also just give you an introduction to energy efficiency in the industrial sector in Denmark. I think it's important for you to know where we are coming from, especially in terms of energy efficiency, when our experts present their findings and also their recommendations. But first of all, just briefly, what is the Pakistani-Danish Strategic Energy Sector Cooperation? It's something we call a green partnership. And currently, we are working in more than 20 countries, Pakistan being the latest country. And the aim of the Green Strategic Partnership is there you go. It's a government-to-government collaboration. It's a long-term partnership. There are some criteria for participation, of course. First of all, I think we consider, is it possible to assist a country in reducing the global greenhouse gas emissions? Secondly, one of the criteria is also, is it possible to open and mature the markets for green technology? And thirdly, it should be a country of strategic significance. And I think, as the ambassador just mentioned, the government of Denmark just recently made a government-to-government collaboration with the government of Pakistan, which also means that Denmark considers actually Pakistan as being a country of strategic significance. So I think that's a really good milestone. I think we should all be happy about that because it confirms the significance of Pakistan also in terms of energy transition. Just coming back to I mentioned that we have green energy partnerships in more than 20 countries now. Pakistan has just been added, and you can see the global map on my presentation. It's a mixture of developing countries like Pakistan. In the region, we also have countries like India, China. We also have Vietnam and Indonesia. But it's also, I think, industrialized countries in Europe, but also in US. And it's also countries like South Africa and Brazil. So it's a mix of countries, I would say, and we don't have one size fits all. I think each country has some specific sort of challenges and issues. and we try to adapt our technical assistance so it matches the individual countries we are participating with. Other than the permanent partnership countries like Pakistan, we also have some small-scale energy partnership, especially in Africa, but also a country like Australia. So we are covering a lot of sort of the globe with these energy partnerships. As the ambassador mentioned, just recently, the government approved this new 3-year strategic sector cooperation. We have started the implementation now. It's a 3-year program, and the program will run until the beginning of 2029. So we are very happy. I think this is a big milestone for us. As the ambassador also mentioned, we have been here for a couple of years now. Actually, we started back in 2020 during the coronavirus environment. We started by doing a virtual fact-finding mission. Because of the coronavirus, we could not travel. But since then, the government of Denmark has sort of been implementing these Danish energy transition initiatives, annual programs from 21 and up to now. And it will also be sort of interesting if the program was to be extended or not. But I think the feedback from the Pakistani energy sector has been overwhelming, supporting this initiative. And this has also led to the fact that now Pakistan is a permanent partner country of Denmark under this strategic sector energy cooperation. So we will be here, as the ambassador mentioned, for at least the next 3 years. And of course, there's always the possibility of an extension. But for the next 3 years, we will be here, inshallah. Just a little bit about the modality. I think it's important to stress, yes, it is a government-to-government collaboration. So we are government officials. I'm representing the Danish Energy Agency, which is a government authority under the Ministry of Climate, Energy and Utilities in Denmark. And our counterpart is Ministry of Energy, Power Division, and all the relevant authorities. So we have NEPRA, we have ISMO, we have NGC, we have PPIB, etc. We also have NICA, who's the co-organizer of this conference today. As mentioned, it's also a cooperation focusing on capacity development and technical assistance within the energy sector. Right now, it's primarily the power sector, I would say, because we see a lot of challenges in the power sector alone. But we are gradually sort of expanding our technical assistance to cover the whole energy sector. And we have also started working on that in close collaboration with especially PPMC, who's in charge of the integrated energy plan for Pakistan. Thirdly, it's also important to mention that the cooperation is very much demand-driven. So we don't come with any solutions. I mean, we need to listen very carefully what is being requested by our counterparts, by the authorities. And then we have to match, of course, these Pakistani requests with the Danish core competencies. Just to mention that we don't deliver technical assistance on everything. For instance, large-scale hydro and nuclear energy. We don't deliver technical assistance because we don't have any experience in Denmark in these type of technologies. Denmark is a very flat country with no hydro. And also politically, the government or the parliament decided a few years back that we would not have nuclear energy in Denmark. Again, it's a government-to-government collaboration, the counterpart being Minister of Energy, but also, of course, the Danish Embassy is facilitating the collaboration. So it's very important that we engage through the Danish Embassy with all stakeholders in Pakistan. But we also make use of international and local consultants when needed to support the advice coming from the Danish Energy Agency side. Just coming back to some of the Danish core competencies, I won't go into a lot of details because then it will become quite technical. But overall, we are focusing on 4 main areas where we are delivering our advice. The first one being long-term energy planning, supported by forecasting and development of scenarios. in a very close collaboration with especially ISMO, NGC, and PPMC in charge of developing the IGCEP and also the TCEP. And this is a very living document, but it sets the targets and the plan for the next 10 years of generation in Pakistan. Of course, a lot of things are happening with the solar revolution going on, so maybe it's difficult to plan in this environment. But at least we are trying to help and assist the government in making some kind of long-term energy plan for Pakistan. We are primarily trying to support the implementation of the alternative renewable energy policy with the target of 60% green energy in the grid by 2030. But just to mention that from a Danish perspective, 2030 is really not long-term. So when we consider long-term planning, it should be at least up to 2050, some countries even 2060 and 70. Secondly, also we are trying to assist the authorities in, of course, integrating, especially the variable renewable energy, focusing on a lot of wind and solar. As I just mentioned, as you know, a solar revolution has happened in Pakistan for the last couple of years. Unfortunately, I would say it's a bit unplanned. So the government is really not sort of in charge of what is happening right now. And as I used to say, from a climate change perspective, it's wonderful. We are getting a lot of renewable energy, but from a planning perspective, it's really a disaster. So we need to do better planning in order to integrate this, especially solar and wind coming from the renewables. We have a long tradition in Denmark for integrating renewables in the grid. Some days we have more than 100% wind in our grids, but we are very fortunate to have good interconnections with neighboring countries. And we are also quite lucky that we have the competencies to balance the grid at a daily basis. Thirdly, flexibility in power plants, especially focusing on thermal flexibility. How do we ramp up and ramp down the thermal power plants in order to make room for the renewables especially? There are major constraints, especially in the wind corridor near Jimpir in Sindh, where we try to bring in, especially the Danish competency from our TSO in Denmark, on how to balance and make the power plants more flexible in order to make room for the renewables. And then fourthly, which is the topic of today, energy efficiency. And here we are primarily focusing on the industrial sector because we see that the energy intensity of the industries in Pakistan is quite high, also compared to neighboring countries in the region, which is actually directly hurting the competitiveness of your industries. So it's really important to bring down the energy intensity. And our primary focus here is the very energy intensive part of the industry, like steel, also textile, but also chemicals and etc. So these are some of the core sort of areas we are currently working on with different authorities and different stakeholders, with different sort of technical assistance topics. Now just coming to maybe a big sort of broader scope on what can we actually do for the industrial sector under these government-to-government collaborations. Because we are working in a lot of different countries, as I just mentioned, and showing on the global map. And I think some of the topics are really relevant for today's workshop. Obviously, cooperation and knowledge exchange on regulatory frameworks. That's the most important one. I mean, I'm representing an authority in Denmark which develops these regulatory frameworks for the energy sector. So this is sort of the primary effort from our side. But also, I think, conducting the necessary impact assessment studies and helping sort of the government setting up the methodologies for that. In Denmark, we have a keen interest in doing socioeconomic studies for our regulation and see, I mean, what kind of impact does it have? And I think I can be honest and say that some of our regulation has had a great impact. Regulation has been cost effective, but also some of our regulation has not been so beneficial and has been very costly. And this is also some information we would like to share with our government partners, NICA, because you should also, I think, learn from our mistakes in Denmark and in Europe in general. Some of the things we are also working on in collaboration with NICA is this voluntary agreement scheme approach. Having some kind of interaction with the industrial sector, because we all know that, I mean, most industries, they have a keen focus on the bottom line. It's sometimes difficult to engage them in this green transition, and that also goes for Denmark, by the way. So you need, as government, to take a leading role. You need to engage the industry somehow. There needs to be a lot of trust between the government authorities and the industries in order to make this green transition journey. And here we have recommended a voluntary agreement scheme approach where we focus on doing energy audits, pre-feasibility studies and investment reports for energy efficiency projects, and try to have a dialogue with industries around these projects, but also try to convince government authorities to have some kind of incentive in place. It could be fiscal incentives or non-fiscal incentives, but it's important for the government to invent some kind of incentive in order to assist the industries in making this green transition. Thirdly, we also do a lot of work on developing like energy efficiency technical guidelines for different technologies and systems, and also supporting development of MEPS, minimum energy performance standards. This could also be considered some kind of non-fiscal incentive where the government can assist industries in sort of promoting, but also maybe pointing towards the most energy efficient technologies, because at the end of the day, this is a technology game. So you need to be upfront in terms of having the best available technology for the industries. Fourthly, also do a lot of trainings, capacity development workshops, for instance, in energy management, which is important. Just a few days ago, we visited a company in Lahore, one of the few companies in Pakistan, actually with the ISO 50001 certification. And this is also what we are trying to promote in Pakistan, that industries should go for ISO 50001. And then maybe fifthly, some of the more exotic areas or technologies which are still being demonstrated, and maybe there's a lot of research and development going on. But I think a big thing in Europe right now, and especially also in Denmark, is the whole electrification journey of industries. It's really happening, and it's happening very fast. A lot of electrification is going on, and the primary driver again is reduction of greenhouse gases, because in line with having more and more renewables in the grid in Europe, it's a good way, it's a cost-effective way of actually greening the industrial production by using electrification. And then last, which is having climate partnerships with the industrial sector. Again, government cannot do this alone. You need to engage the industries, and we have a concept of climate partnerships in Denmark, which we're also trying to promote, and also CBAM, as we discussed earlier. So maybe it's a bit delayed because of this international fuel crisis, but we firmly believe that it's coming, and the industrial sector should be ready for it. But also different areas at sector coupling, electrification of industries is one example, but also topics like industrial symbiosis, etc., are new sort of things happening in Denmark and in Europe, and is maybe also something relevant for Pakistan. I think I'll just very briefly go through the result framework for our new program. I will not go into a lot of details, but I think I already mentioned that, I mean, the primary sort of objective is to assist Pakistan in implementing the alternative renewable energy policy. But I think we also are mentioning implementation of the national energy efficiency and conservation policy, because in our view, and according to our sort of history, renewable energy and energy efficiency go hand in hand. So you should discuss energy efficiency. As mentioned by the ambassador, it is considered the first fuel, also recognized by the IEA. So it's not only about the renewables, but it's very much also about energy efficiency. And we firmly believe that both are necessary in order for Pakistan to deliver on the implementation of the NDC. The three technical working streams, I already mentioned some of them. The first one is the long-term energy planning, where we are trying to support, as mentioned, the development of the energy plans, the IGCEP and the TCEP, but also integrated energy plan has been included by the request of PPMC. So that's also part of it. Thirdly, I also mentioned the integration of the renewables into the grid, including thermal flexibility in power plants. And then the topic of today, the National Energy Efficiency Conservation Plan, how to promote this voluntary agreement scheme concept, which is mentioned in the NECA action plan. So we are offering to deliver assistance on that specifically. Then just a brief sort of insight into the Danish sort of development over the years. As you can see on the graph, I mean, we had a burning platform in the 1970s where we had two major oil crises. So we were almost fully dependent on oil. Then the politicians made a decision to shift to natural gas and coal, which is not very climate friendly, by the way, but that was the decision at the time. But then when climate became big on the agenda, then gradually the fossil fuels are being outsourced or sort of outsourced, reduced, and then gradually being replaced by renewable energy. In Denmark, it's primarily wind, supported by biomass, but also a lot of solar is coming into the system. And we have an aim of becoming climate neutral in 2050, covering all sectors, the energy, the transport, and also the agricultural sector. But also looking at energy use, much of the energy is more or less the same, but we can see that the transport sector is taking off because of the EVs primarily. So the transport sector is using more energy, and the energy in households and agriculture and other sectors is becoming less. And then finally, I mentioned electrification. I mean, it's a big topic in Denmark and in Europe in general. We need to electrify all sectors. And the fuels being used for that is also primarily renewable energy now. So it makes sense from the climate perspective to actually do electrification, do sector coupling. We are using electrification not only for the industrial sector, but also for the transport sector and the heating sector. So everything is being electrified in Denmark right now. And then also something which the ambassador also mentioned in her welcoming remarks. I mean, you don't have to give up on growth for a country in order to have an improved energy intensity or even sort of reducing CO2 emissions. I'm not saying that this is possible for every country in the world, but in Denmark, we have managed to make what we call a decoupling of economic growth, meaning production, and then the total energy use. And also we have improved the energy intensity at the same time. And of course, everybody knows that many European countries have outsourced their industrial production to countries like China, etc. But even when we compensate for that, the energy intensity has actually improved. So it is possible to do it, but you have to start now, and then maybe you will see the result in 30, 40 years from now. You have to focus on this. Just having a look at some of the instruments for energy efficiency in Denmark. I will not go through all of them, but I mean, there are a lot of tools. There are a lot of instruments you can use. We have used all of them in Denmark in order to achieve the situation where we are now. But I would say, I mean, primarily the energy and carbon taxes, that has been the primary driver in Denmark to sort of improve energy efficiency. So that's what we call a stick in Denmark. But then we have also had a lot of carrots, where we have had subsidy schemes. We have had voluntary agreement schemes. We have made refunds on the CO2 tax or the energy tax to the industrial enterprises if they promise to focus on energy efficiency and implement energy efficiency projects. So there can be a lot of instruments you can use. And I would say that recently, for many years, the requirements have actually come from EU, and it's not national requirements. So now actually EU is driving much of the energy efficiency agenda also in Denmark, because the EU regulation is quite tough, including also CBAM, etc. I used to say that this stick and model can be very stick and carrot model can be very effective, but normally the carrot should be bigger compared to the stick. So that's also been the main message to Nika. I mean, try to develop a carrot, and then somebody needs to help you with the stick as well. But try to make a carrot which is bigger than the stick. Then maybe we can have the energy efficiency transition in Pakistan. Just coming back to some of the things as I said by impact studies, making these cost-benefit analysis of different schemes and instruments is really important. We have introduced the methodology to Nika just a few days ago, the socio-economic sort of analysis methodology, and just looking at the Danish schemes. I mean, what we are promoting is the voluntary agreement scheme, which you can see to the right in different versions. You can see that they have been quite cost effective. So the costs have been much less compared to the benefits. But the other side, if you see a scheme like the energy performance certificate scheme for the buildings, it has been quite costly. It has costed 15 times more than benefits. So it's really important that we make these kind of evaluations, but also share them with our partner countries. And then you can consider what is important and what is more cost effective for your country. But at least it's important to these kind of studies for countries. And then, yeah, again, I think energy efficiency is not only just about energy efficiency anymore. It's becoming broader. I think there's a more holistic view now to energy efficiency. There are a lot of benefits. I mean, it's a mix of sort of climate action, economic growth, energy security, cost savings, but also improved quality of life. So I think the energy sort of efficiency approach is also changing globally. I think it's a good thing this is happening. So it's not only about now doing energy audits. Now industries are moving to climate audits. They are trying to also consider the life cycle sort of assessments in their sort of in their audits. Also because we have some regulation from EU coming in, like CBAM, etc. And also many of the industries are going for climate neutrality, which requires a more holistic approach to achieve this, and which is also supported by the IE message on energy efficiency. So one last slide, just as a teaser for today's workshop, because it's for the textile sector. And Denmark, we have had a tradition for a few years now to actually calculate the climate footprint from an average Danish consumer. So it's not only direct emissions coming from Denmark, it's actually also including what we import from other countries. And we make this report each year, and in 2024, around 6% of the Danish climate footprint from households consumption actually was related to the textile sector. So this is also happening. I mean, now we have to sort of include what we are importing. And it just shows that this holistic view is really sort of happening right now. So textile is a big sort of climate gas emitter, and we have to consider it when we include it in the Danish sort of context. And also Pakistan is of course one of the big countries. It's in top 6 where we import textile from, along with countries like Bangladesh, China, and Turkey. I think the total sort of climate, the CO2 emission was 2 million tons from textile alone, and much of it was actually due to import. And I think it's important to sort of keep this in mind when we go into the more technical sort of discussions. We need to consider the LCA sort of assessment of this going forward. I think that was it from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Nadeem Saab, for the wonderful presentation. And moving towards the technical session, we have another presentation from NICA. The presenter would be Mr. Munib Ahmed, who is the Assistant Director, Industry, National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority. Please join us on the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Ms. Halia. Thank you, SDPI and Danish Energy Agency for the valuable workshop you have arranged. My name is Mohammad Munib Ahmed, and I am giving presentation on behalf of Mr. Muhammad Umar, Director Power and Energy, who unfortunately couldn't make it to the workshop today. So today I will give you a brief overview of what NICA is and what are the policies and action plans NICA is working on. So this is a brief overview of my presentation. So NICA, the National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority, basically a federal focal agency working under the Power Division, and its focus on the energy efficiency and conservation activities in the country. NICA basically focuses on 5 sectors: the power sector, the transport sector, the building sector, obviously the industrial sector, and the agriculture sector. In all these 5 sectors, NICA develop program policies so that the energy efficiency and conservation culture should driven in the country. So this is a brief overview of the NICA journey, starting as a USAID project in 1985 and working under different ministries, and in 2016 the full-time MD, and 2019 the appointment of full-time MD, and now here is NICA working with different organizations and under the Power Division of Pakistan. So what are the NICA's function as per Act? The first function of NICA is to develop such policies, formulate such policies so that accelerate the energy efficiency and conservation in the country. Then developing the laws and regulations for the energy efficiency and conservations, like the minimum energy performance standard, designated consumers, etc. Then developing the programs, just like the program we have working on with Danish Energy Agency. And then the awareness campaigns, we have a dedicated section here which work on different awareness campaigns. We have a very active social media appearance. We actively post on them. So NICA has developed the NEEC policy, the National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Policy 2023, with a vision to create a culture of energy efficiency and conservation across the country, in the public sector, in the private sector, in all the sectors NICA is working on. And the NEEC policy have a target up to in 2030. We have a target to save 9 million tons of oil equivalent. We are working on it, although there are different hurdles and barriers, economic constraints, but NICA is slowly working to achieve this target. So accompanying the action plan, NICA has developed a very detailed action plan to achieve these targets. There are 29 priority actions, and then there are different targeted actions so that this target become achievable. So the NICA target have different, the NICA action plan devises different targets for different sections. You see that the industrial sector, we have a target to save up to 2030, 2.30 million tons of oil equivalent, and the accompanying savings of environmental and financial savings with this. So in the industrial section, currently we have these targets. First of all is the implementation of minimum energy performance standards for the industrial motors. So NICA has notified the Pakistan Energy Labor Regulations for 5 appliances. One of these appliances is the motors. So we are targeted that minimum energy performance standard for the motors should be the I1 standard, and then gradually stating this standard regulating what kind of motor should be installed in the industry. And then there are tune-up activities which are obviously tied with the energy audit. First of all, we have the energy audit of the industry, and then based of the industry energy audits, we will conduct the tune-ups of the facilities with the help and assistance of the industry. So, so far, the major accomplishments of NICA's, the notification of the minimum energy performance standard, that what should be the minimum energy performance standard for the appliances. Basically, we have developed minimum energy performance standards or maps for 5 appliances: the ceiling fans, the LED lamps, electric motors, I have discussed earlier, the domestic air conditioner, and refrigerators. So all the manufacturers should have to comply with these regulations, and they have to paste such kind of energy label on their appliances so that the consumer should make a informed decision. The star rating thus discuss how efficient is the device. If the device is 1 star and other device is 3 star, this means the 3-star device is more energy efficient than the 1-star device. Another achievement of NICA is the chalk out of the PM fan replacement program. This is a program to replace the 88 million inefficient fans installed in the country. So we have developed this program in support of the Ministry of Energy Power Division, and it proposes the on-bill financing, the easy installment plan for the consumer, so that they can replace their inefficient fans with the 5-star NICA labeled fan. So this is a brief chart describing how this program works, the on-bill financing works. And this program envisions to save around 8,000 megawatt of peak demand. And NICA is also working on the innovative solution, innovative part of the technology, the R&D part. So we have we have done a first pilot project, the geothermal air conditioning project in our building. And we have observed that it is very feasible, and substantial savings can be achieved through this. And regarding developing a pool of certified energy manager, energy auditors, NICA is running a program, namely the training of trainers program, so that NICA can develop a pool of certified energy auditors, certified trainers, so that they can develop the engineers in the industry, the operators in the industry. So we have so far conducted our workshops in the major cities of Pakistan, and planning to increase its frequency so that more and more professionals can be accommodated. So now regarding the textile sector of Pakistan, obviously textile sector of Pakistan is the backbone of our industrial sector. Now 25% of the industrial value added is through the textile sector of Pakistan, and the share of total exports is around 55%. We have the experts here, they know better than me the importance of the textile sector. And regarding the energy consumption, 17% of the primary energy consumption is consumed by the textile sector, and its relative share of the electricity, fuel oil, a major share of the electricity, major consumer. Now regarding the specific energy consumption, Studies show that our textile sector is a bit lagging behind the energy efficiency as compared to the developed countries, even as compared to India. Now, spinning sector, as we all know, it's the backbone of the textile sector, and the energy intensity is a bit on a higher side. So it hinders our competitiveness, and we all have gathered here to work on this. So we have also conducted a study with the World Bank decarbonization program and develop a report. You can access it on the internet. And we have identified some major significant opportunities that can be implemented in the textile sector and have a significant impact on the energy efficiency and savings. I will not go into detail. We will go into detail in this in the coming sessions, but just an overview, like recovering the compressor heat and replacing all motors with the I3 efficiency class motors, and intervention in the dyeing processes and heat recovery, waterless dyeing, the interventions like this. So these all interventions are very important, as we all know that the textile sector have not only to comply with the national standards, but since it's an export oriented sector, so it has to comply with the international regulation as well, like CBAM, like the European Union digital product passport, where every product coming in the EU have a QR code in which its whole life cycle should be analyzed. So these are regulations compel us to work toward the energy efficiency, the sustainability. And I thank you, SDPI and the Danish Energy, coming all the way to Denmark and informing us, educating us on best available techniques in the sector. So thank you. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Munib Ahmed, and definitely through this workshop, the government sector of Pakistan would definitely get the key takeaways that what would be added in the industrial sector, textile sector of Pakistan to make it more energy efficient, sustainable, and how to decarbonize in a more economical way. Now, moving forward, within this technical session, we have another presentation from the GIZ. Mr. Asghar Majid, is he with us? Yeah, Mr. Asghar Majid is the ESG Capacity Development Advisor for Textile 2 project, GIZ Pakistan, and his presentation is on the fostering sustainable transformation in Pakistan's industry. Sir, please join us on stage.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Distinguished guest from the Danish energy company, energy agency, from government of Pakistan, from SDPI and NICA and other from GIZ. It is terrific honor and pleasure for being here. And I would like to extend my thankfulness to the Energy and Climate Cluster for inviting me here, for integrating among the GIZ projects and disseminating what is going on into the Texas 2 project. So the GIZ Texas 2 project, it is about the improvement of the Pakistan's textile industry, labor and environmental standards. And it is about modernization of the Pakistan's textile industry in line with the European Union Green Deal's sustainability requirement. So I would like to share with you some glimpses of the project Texas 2, that the interventions happened or executed in 2025 with the 7 companies. So it's about, we did the solarization of the textile companies. We recovered the heat from the exhaust gases, recovered the heat from the hot wastewater. Similarly, the condensate, the left after the steam were recovered and sent back to the boiler. Boiler efficiency improvement, their combustion efficiency improved. Insulation of bare hot surfaces in the textile companies done to save the energy. And then cutting efficiency of the fabric is improved. Compressed air leakages were removed, and also the replacement of the energy appliances, for example, the ceiling fan, the conventional type with the more efficient ceiling fan. Then replacement of the compressors with the new and technological upgraded compressors. So the 7 textiles altogether resulted into a 1,000 ton of CO2. So this is the, you can say, the entry point for the textiles to project to have some energy saving potential, energy efficiency potential estimation in the textile industry. Then the second intervention did under Textiles 2 project is about the circular product development. In again 7 companies in 2025, Textiles 2 project supported the companies in development of 52 circular products, ranging from home textiles, sportswears, towels, bags, using the post-industrial and post-consumer waste, recycled materials. Now the companies are using 20 to 40% of the recycled material. So this is saving the CO2 emissions again by replacing the virgin material with the used material. So here GIZ hired the international experts and supported the companies in the product design, then the product development, and then developing the marketing strategies, for example, their pricing, and showcasing these products in international exhibition. You can see here the glimpses of Tex World last year. The companies disseminated their products in Paris. So last year, European Union joined the Textile 2 project, and the merger known as Better Governance and Business Environment. The main objective of this project is enhancing the competitiveness of Pakistan's textile industries. Now, this is the bigger, you can say that is a bigger thing that the diverse industries have been are going to be addressed through this topic to make them more competitive through green and inclusive growth. Here we are focusing on successful green transition of the export-oriented small and medium enterprises from the targeted sectors. The targeted sectors include textile and apparel, leather and its value-added sectors. For example, the shoe manufacturing, the leather gloves, and the sportswears, and the leather footwears. So these are the value-added products altogether. This is the second sector, and the third sector is the sportswear sector, and the fourth sector is the surgical and medical equipment, and the last but not the least is the rice processing sector. So this is going to be very bigger. For example, the budget is 5 times higher than the Textiles 2 due to the topping up from European Union, and its implementation period is also 5 years. So the project will end in 2030. The project is also focusing on the gender aspect because the 20% selection will be based on women benefiting or women-led companies. So here the core of this better governance and business environment project is Challenge Fund. So Challenge Fund will be executed in 3 stages. The first stage is the pre-selection stage. Second stage is the selection phase. And third is the post-selection. So there will be the two trajectories. One trajectory is to cooperate the small and medium enterprises, and other is to support the technical service providers. The second stage is the selection. I'm going in detail in the next slides. And the last stage is the post-implementation and impact assessment stage. So in trajectory 1, 80% of the challenge funds will be awarded to the small and medium enterprises. These companies will be given the matching grants, means that the 50% contribution will be done by the project side, and the 50% remaining contribution will be borne by the SMEs by themselves. The second trajectory is about the technical service providers. The technical service providers will pitch the ideas in the challenge fund, how to solve the industry-wide problems, how to address the system-wide problems, the digital solutions, the collaboration of the vendors, collaboration of the technical service providers. So they will work on system-wide to address the bigger scale. So the trajectory 1 will be addressed through the Green Accelerator program. The Green Accelerator program, where the dialogue for sustainability is a GIZ brand methodology, will be used to prepare the small and medium enterprises for taking part to compete or present their ideas in the challenge fund. So this will be the time period where the companies also refine their processes, optimize their processes, and do some interventions, which will be the quick wins, those who involve very less budgets, so they could have the momentum. So before going into the challenge fund, they will receive the technical services from GIZ. So the second trajectory is based on hackathon. Hackathon will be done before the challenge fund. The companies will present their ideas and will be selected, keeping in view of the innovation and addressing to the mass level of industry of Pakistan. So the following topics will be given to the industries will be cooperated on these following topics. Number 1 is the lean manufacturing. We are already working on lean manufacturing, diversity and inclusion, international certification, decarbonization, occupational health and safety, resource efficiency, and product innovation, and water and wastewater treatment. So the industries will be capacitated on these topics, and they will achieve certain level of efficiency before going into the challenge fund. And they will present the idea will be selected, and they will be awarded the matching grants. So this is the roadmap of the Green Accelerator. SMEs will be onboarded through the help of Pakistan trade associations. And then DFS will be implemented in the selected partner companies. And then their investment strategies will be developed. For example, they will analyze the interventions to be implemented through the informed choice matrix to take the informed decision before going into the intervention, because they are also going to invest equal to the investment of GIZ. So 600 companies will be supported from all the 5 sectors that I have mentioned, that the textile and apparel is one of those. So the DFS is the GIZ brands methodology. It's about one cluster having the 5 companies are invited at some neutral venue and they receive a value-added training, and they develop an action plan based on 6 steps methodology. The DFS methodology is process consultation based methodology, where the consultant do not provide the solution but capacitate the companies on the problem solving skills to diagnose their problem by themselves and the implementation of the solution by themselves. So they will develop the action plan, then action plan to support the companies to implement their action plan. The consultant visit to the premises, and the main change management team member representative also work as a moderator or facilitator. What he has learned in the change management team training, he or she capacitate to the sub team. So similarly, there is a training again in the premises that is specific to the nature of the problem of the companies, and the trainer again provide the training to those people. Then the consultant also support the on shop floor implementation. So then the challenge front will be executed. Then we receive the call for proposal. The proposals will be shortlisted, and then the shortlisted candidates will be asked to present their presentations on the ideas. Then the jury will decide who will be the winners, and the winners will be awarded the matching grants. So there will be 3 cycles, around 1.5 years each. The first cycle is going to be for the textile alumni companies, those who have received the services in the past projects, and the second will be for the newcomers, and again the third will be held in 2028. So 3 cycles for the SMEs, but 2 cycles for the trajectory to technical service providers. So thank you. This is the presentation, and now I would like to walk through a video to showcase, to have the better understanding about the project's accomplishments in past, and also the industry's feedback to the response of the ongoing Better Governance and Business Environment project. So please.
The EU is a key trading partner for Pakistan, accounting for 23.5% of its total trade, with textiles making up the largest percentage of exports. After the EU Green Deal, Pakistan's exporting industries had to strengthen capacity to protect its GSP Plus status. To support Pakistan's industries, the European Union and the German Ministry of Cooperation and Development have joined hands in a Team Europe effort to design and finance the Better Governance and Business Environment project, implemented by GIZ.
GIZ's support was instrumental for our growth here in Blackhill. As an SME in Pakistan, we face a lot of different challenges, including production capacity, national and international legislations, especially the changes after the EU Green Deal. European buyers are now demanding better quality products at higher compliance levels. As an SME in Pakistan, we sometimes lack in this area because of no knowledge or experience. To grow our business and to meet these international requirements, we need external support. in following areas: certifications and international standards, sustainable circular products and processes, diversity and inclusion.
JIZ के साथ हमारा सफ़र 2022 में शुरू हुआ। इस सफ़र का मकसद ये था कि हम एज अ SME
The EU is a key trading partner for Pakistan, accounting for 23.5% of its total trade, with textiles making up the largest percentage of exports. After the EU Green Deal, Pakistan's exporting industries had to strengthen capacity to protect its GSP Plus status. To support Pakistan's industries, the European Union and the German Ministry of
whole video. So I will again share with them, and then you can have the chance and opportunity to watch it again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much from the GIZ side. And now for this technical session, moving forward, we have international experts with us. And the presentation would
to protect its GSP Plus status.
on the energy audits and
To support Pakistan's industries,
Mr.
the European
Ferdinand
Union
Hong,
and the
a
German
senior
Ministry
technical
of
expert,
Cooperation and Development have joined
also
hands in a
Mr.
Team
Lasse
Europe effort
Tyson,
to design and
technical
finance
NC
the
expert.
Better Governance
Please
and
join us
Business
on this.
Environment project, implemented by GIZ.
GIZ's support was instrumental for our growth here in Blackhill. As an SME in Pakistan, we face a lot of different challenges, including production capacity,
Thank you very much.
national and international legislations.
Thank you all for
Especially
coming here.
the
I
changes
think
after the EU Green
this
Deal.
topic that we are
European
addressing
buyers
today
are
is
now
very
demanding
important.
better quality
Not only in
products
Pakistan,
at
but all
higher
over the world.
compliance
This
levels.
is very
As an
crucial
SME in
for
Pakistan,
our
we
sort
sometimes
of long-time
lack in this area
survival.
because of
human.
no
So I
knowledge
think
or
this is
experience.
important
To grow
that
our business
everybody
and to
is
meet these
taking a
international
share
requirements,
in
we
this,
need
and that we
external
all
support
take
in
responsibility
following
in
areas:
these actions.
certifications
I have my
and
colleague
international
Lasse is
standards,
with me online,
sustainable circular
and
products
I
and
hope
processes,
I haven't been in contact with him,
diversity
so I
and
hope that the
inclusion.
technique is okay
JIZ
behind.
के साथ हमारा सफ़र
I have the
2022
first
में शुरू
session,
हुआ।
and then
इस
Lasse
सफ़र का
will
मकसद
take
ये था
over
कि हम
afterwards,
एज अ SME
addressing the LCA. I have sorry. The agenda for my
The EU is a
contribution
key
today
trading partner
is
for
some of the
Pakistan,
drivers
accounting
and
for
challenges that I've seen in the
23.5%
textile
of its total
industry in
trade,
Pakistan
with
so far,
textiles making up the
and
largest
I will
percentage of exports.
very much address them also
After the
towards
EU
the
Green
European,
Deal, Pakistan's exporting
towards
industries
Europe,
had to
that
strengthen
are setting some
capacity
boundaries
to
that I
protect its
think
GSP
is
Plus
sort of
status.
challenging the boundary conditions
To
here
support
in
Pakistan's
Pakistan, and
industries,
also
the European
having
Union
a
and the
huge
German
effect on your
Ministry of
production
Cooperation and
also in your
Development have
development.
joined
Then I will
hands
just
in a
briefly
Team
touch
Europe
upon best
effort to
practice energy
design and
audits. We've
finance
been doing
the Better
energy audits in
Governance and
Denmark, but
Business
also
Environment
internationally
project,
for many years.
implemented by
And I would like to
GIZ.
just highlight some of the findings.
GIZ's support was
issues that I
instrumental
think is
for our growth
worth,
here in Blackhill.
bringing
As
to
an
the table
SME
today.
in Pakistan,
Then
we
energy
face a lot
management
of different
is an
challenges,
important part.
including
It's
production
an important
capacity,
part of this whole
national and
puzzle
international
of
legislations,
making our
especially
activities
the changes
sustainable.
after the EU
It's
Green
not
Deal.
just one
And
off
European
and
buyers
then we
are
are
now
done.
demanding
It's a long,
better quality products
hard
at higher
sort of
compliance
road that we
levels.
are
As an
starting
SME
to
in
walk here
Pakistan, we
together,
sometimes
and this
lack
is
in
where
this area
energy management
because
can
of no knowledge
support.
or experience.
And then
To grow our
some
business
examples
and to
from
meet these
some of the
international
work that we've
requirements,
been doing
we
here in
need
Pakistan in
external
the textile
support
industry.
in following areas: certifications and international standards, sustainable circular products and processes,
Just setting the stage, I mean, the
diversity and inclusion.
textile industry in Pakistan
JIZ के साथ हमारा
has a
सफ़र
huge
2022 में
export.
शुरू हुआ। इस सफ़र का मकसद ये था कि हम एज अ
60% of
SME
Pakistani export is textile. It's a huge part of the labor force. It's a huge part of your energy consumption, both electrical and thermal or fuel-based.
The EU is a key trading partner for Pakistan,
it's very
accounting for
energy-intensive
23.5% of its total
certain
trade,
amount
with
of it
textiles
is
making up the
fuel-based.
largest percentage of exports.
You're also struggling with
After the EU
unreliable
Green Deal,
supply.
Pakistan's exporting
There's a
industries
growing
had to
international
strengthen
pressure
capacity to protect its
on the
GSP
industry.
Plus status.
And
To support
I would
Pakistan's
say there is
industries,
sort of
the
four
European
converging
Union and the German
forces
Ministry
here
of
that
Cooperation
the
and
industry is
Development
dealing with.
have joined
There
hands
is
in
EU
a Team Europe
regulation.
effort to
So, of
design
course,
and
that's
finance the Better
in
Governance
first
and
stage
Business
that
Environment
addresses
project
the companies
implemented
that
by
has an
GIZ.
export directly to the EU countries,
GIZ
but
support
also have an
was
indirect
instrumental
effect
for our
on the
growth here in
companies that just
As an
have
SME
production
in Pakistan, we
for
face a lot of different challenges,
local
including production capacity,
for
national
local
and
production,
legislation,
and
especially
there's
the changes after
there's the
EU Green
CSID
European buyers are now
is always
demanding
required. Some of the
better
big
quality
brands
products
in
at higher
EU,
compliance
they
levels.
are reporting on
As an
scope
SME
3.
in Pakistan, we
So
sometimes
if you want
lack in
to
this field
sell
because
your
of
goods
no knowledge
to
or
these big
experience.
companies,
To grow our
you
business
need to
and
be
to
able
meet
to
these
compete
international requirements,
on your
we
carbon
need
footprint.
external
So that is a
support
sort of
in following
a
the
factor that is used in the
certifications
competition.
and
So
international
it's very
standards,
important. Then there's the
sustainable circular
CBAM that has been
products and
mentioned
processes,
many times today.
diversity
This is
and
coming
inclusion.
up and also putting additional
JIZ
pressure
के साथ हमारा
on the
सफर
textile
2022 में
industry.
शुरू हुआ। इस
And
सफर
what
का
we
मकसद
also
ये था कि
see is
हम
that
as a SME
CBAM that is directly affecting the textile companies that has an export, but it also has an indirect effect on the companies that doesn't have an
The EU is a key
export,
trading
because
partner
it
for
will
Pakistan,
open
accounting
the gap,
for
and the gap would just be
23.5% of
wide
its total.
between these companies, because the ones that has an effect on the CBAM, positive effect, they will also be more competitive. Then, yeah, I mentioned the buyer's demand is growing. So if you cannot meet and if you cannot compete with your carbon footprint, then they will look elsewhere. They will go to Vietnam, they will go to China, somewhere else to get their goods. So this is also, then there's the energy costs. It's also an important part. And this is where both the national energy grid needs to play an important role together with the companies. You need to work together on this, because this is a common effort. Where can you get the most out of your investments? So if you invest in the national grid, these costs will be put on the energy prices. Alternatively, you will invest locally, but that will only benefit yourself. And experience just show that if you have these larger investments, then there's a scale, that financial scale, that will sort of can help on reducing the specific costs on your energy on that. Then there's the gas insecurity, and that's also a very important issue to address here. That we see that today there's a lot of gas, coal. You have a lot of different fossil fuels integrated as a part of your system, and the instability of that source of supply also encourage companies to look somewhere else. Maybe you have backup of diesel, coal, somebody else that doesn't sort of encourage for a moving forward for reducing your carbon footprint. So what is at stake here is you need to be very much aware that if you're not, I mean, you can work with reducing your carbon footprint, but if you're not able to document it, then the value is anyway towards these converging forces that I just mentioned is zero. Because what the EU would do, or these international companies, they would just use default values. And they are designed to be less cost efficient. So that will hit you hard. So what I will be addressing later in my presentation here is also how can you make metering and verification systems that could actually support both the works of reducing your energy consumption, but also complying with the regulation and the demand from the buyers. I'll just go briefly over this. I mentioned most of it, but we have the CBAM, we have the CSRD requirements from the EU brand. We also have this digital passport that we are looking at. And they all comes down to one thing, and this is reducing your carbon footprint. And as you know, the CBAM is being phased in now for the textile industry. It's been here already for some years for the steel industry, and yeah. And then there's also the GSP. That's sort of a duty-free tax mechanism that we also have in EU. And the reason why I just brought this also to the table here is that if we see a higher gap and Pakistan is not following, and they can see a clear trend in a positive development in terms of reducing the carbon footprint, this GSP also risk not being awarded by the EU in the long run. Okay, you have some great opportunities in Pakistan. You have had as has also been mentioned today, you have a huge development in your electrical infrastructure. The part of your solar has been growing extremely over the last few years, and you have not been able to sort of keep up. But you have actually a huge capacity now of solar installation in Pakistan, and that really makes room for electrification. And we did a study a few years back in the European industry. And when you look at the industry across the whole industry, then it's around 95% of the industry can actually be electrified. And if we focus on the textile industry, I would reckon that the entire industry can be electrified. So you can find technologies, new methods where you can use electricity, you can phase out. There's no argument for using a combustion process relying on fossil fuels. Yeah, so there are three structural barriers here that I would like to highlight. There is the sort of the metering part where you need to be able to justify and certify your carbon footprint. That is one gap that you need to, or one barrier that you need to overcome. There's the investment gap. When we see the big companies, they have often the muscles to do this themselves. They also know it's crucial for their survival. But the challenge is, and this is why it was very inspiring to see this presentation from GIZ, is the SMVs. They don't have the muscles or know-how. They are more like struggling from day to day, having short-term horizons. And this transition is very hard when you have short-term horizons. You need to think abroad in order to make the right investment. So you don't need to reinvest in a few years' time because now the boundary condition has changed. Then we also see, I mean, you know, you're very much exposed to the climate effects and you're one of the countries, I guess, in the world that is exposed to this. In Denmark, we just had an earthquake yesterday. I think it was, I don't know, 15 years ago, and it's all over the news. And I don't think any Danes felt it. So this is what we are dealing with in Denmark. But what you are facing here is much more severe. And this is also something that is affecting your industry, because it can increase the cost of the sources of your product that you are. So how can we start and comply with this? So there's sort of a practical pathway. Sorry, please let me know if I forget to change the slide over here. Okay, there's a practical pathway. There's the energy management system. This is very important mechanism to introduce and start working with, even though if you are a small company. This is a structured way of making sure that you're moving forward, that you have a strategy, and you do it the most cost-efficient way. And then you should start sort of getting these conversion factors so you can start recording and you can start documenting your carbon footprints towards the EU countries, so you're not affected by this. So some common things that need to be done for across all three different areas is that despite that we have these different EU regulations, we have the CBAM, we have the Scope 3 emissions, we have the passport, they all need the same type of documentation. So it's not that we need three different systems, we can do it all in once. And this is where the energy management systems comes in as a support. So moving on to energy management or energy auditing, because an energy auditing, that is many things and can be used for many things. It's no longer just about cost saving. Going back 10, 15 years, if somebody would do an energy audit, they were focused on costs. But this is much more today. It's lower the emission, it's better investment decisions, it's stronger customer regulated reporting. So it's much more. And for some companies, actually a matter of surviving. So this is support to their sort of financial surviving in the long run. But just getting back to the audits, why are audits important? Audits is an opportunity of creating a picture of how you're using energy. Most companies, they will say, okay, we are very much aware of why we use energy. We use it in our boiler, we burn it here, we put it into our motors so they can run. This is where we use energy. But this is something that I would like to challenge, and this goes for all industry. One important question that is important to address at an audit is, what is the energy service? Why do we need energy in the first place? It's not because we need to create steam. The reason is that we need to produce a product in a certain way. So we need to do a treatment of a product. We need to cut it. We need to wave it. We need to heat it up. We need to dye. We need to do a lot of different things. We need to dry, and so on and so forth. All these processes are associated with an energy consumption. And this is what should be challenged in an audit. So you're aware of why are you actually doing it? Because often what I see is that the industry is kind of working blindfolded in terms when it comes to energy. Because you're doing what you used to do. This is standard procedure, but you should challenge it because technology is developing all the time. New technology, new methods is being introduced. So you should not just be satisfied doing what you have always done. You should always challenge the way that you are using energy. And I'm sure that because, actually yesterday, sorry if I get carried away here. Yesterday I did an audit in Lahore in a very advanced plant. They have energy management. They've been working with this. They're very structured. But anyway, even though that they have been working with this, when I start challenging them, what is your energy service? Has anyone around this table ever thought of what is the actually energy service? It was quite silent. And I said, okay, try to explain to me what is the energy service. And I think this is a very important question because then you can start working with optimizing your system afterwards. Challenging, do we need energy in the first place? Can we do it? Can we introduce another technology? Can we recover our heat somewhere? Just let it recirculate. Often when you look at a factory, you can ask yourself, all the raw materials coming in one temperature, leaving at exactly the same temperature. So the first question you could ask is, why do you need energy? Nothing has happened energy-wise. And of course, I know there's a lot of good reasons for why we need energy, but all the energy just end up as losses. Why don't we try to focus on circulating this energy, just reuse it? And of course, often this is not financially attractive or feasible. This is one of the reasons, but often it is. different audits for different purposes. Anyway, I think just important to start. A walkthrough audit can be a very good starting point. I did a walkthrough audit yesterday, and we had some very good discussions based on that. I did a walkthrough audit in a textile, and I'll get back to that later. And a lot of different projects ideas just came up from like 1.5 days. It's a good way to start. Good. So what does best practice mean? I mean, it's a structured way of working when you do this audit. It's data-based, so you need to use some data to quantify what you are looking at. Of course, you can use experience if you don't have any data. Data is always an issue. You always like more information to be able to say more about how this whole operation is working. But data is one thing. Then focus on the process, and then moving out, looking at the utility afterwards. I've seen so many examples of companies investing in their utility system, optimizing their boilers, optimizing air compressors, chillers, and then they look, okay, where can we optimize next? And the next focus will be process. Then you start optimizing your process, challenging your energy service. And then you will discover that 2 of your boilers will be stopped because you have reduced your demand, so your investment in these 2 boilers are wasted. So it's important to focus on the process first and the process demand. Then making these investments ready. Each opportunity, you have savings, payback, risks, and what is the next step forward. This is also something that comes out of the audit. But then an audit, when we're talking about an audit in relation to CBAM and all the other requirements from customers, then you can start generating KPIs, because this is what this is all about. Creating some reliable figures that can be documented and used for your documentations towards your clients. And this is the first step. So I will always recommend to start focusing in this direction. Start with an audit, and then you can move on to energy management. So yeah, I think I mentioned most of this, but creating a baseline is very important, so you know where to start. What's your baseline for your energy consumption? It's always good to have mapped out your energy use. What is the requirement for the different users? Because it saves you a lot of time. You will be much more cost efficient when you start developing projects. We discussed this yesterday. We make a long list of projects, and I say, can anyone here point out or estimate what is the potential savings? And the answer was no, because this is something we need to get back. We need to calculate. We need to do all some research, get data. But having an energy map, you can easily come up with a first estimate. Is this project worth pursuing or not? This is a very time cost efficient way of doing it. Let's say you have your dyeing process, and you think you can recover some heat in that process in the textile production line. And you by experience know that you can save in the magnitude of 5%. So if you have mapped out what is the specific demand on that specific process, then you say 5% of that, how much can I invest if I have a payback criteria of 5 years? Is that reasonable or not? And if it is, you can move on, increasing the level of details. If not, forget about it, move on to the next one. But keep it on the list, because the boundary conditions can change, prices can change, technology can change. So a project that is not attractive today can emerge and be attractive tomorrow. So moving forward, when we do these energy audits, this is sort of a one-step activity. So, I mean, what do you do afterwards? And one way of securing a sustainable development is introducing energy management. And energy management can be done in many forms. You can do it certified according to the ISO standard, but you can also start up just making a more tailor-made version where you take some of the most sort of fruitful elements of the energy management part just to get started, because it can be a big hurdle if you don't have any management systems in place already. Then it can be a big burden for a smaller company to get started. But there's some good elements in this management system where you can just cherry pick the ones that actually has the highest value for you as a company. It's more than just technology. It's also making the right decisions at the right time. It needs leadership. So without the management's backup to having and operating an energy management system, the value is practically zero, because then this would just become a paper study. You can do all your management, you can do the reporting, you get certified, you can put it on the shelf, you can take it down again next time, and then you can do it all over. But you need the management to back it up. They will also set requirements to see progress, and then they will allocate the funds for you to move forward. Because this journey does not come for free. You need to do some heavy investments sometimes in order to move forward. Then there's the planning part. The planning is also very important, that you have, let's say you have a strategy of becoming carbon neutral or reducing your carbon footprint by 50%. So in order to do that, and in order to make sure that you do the right investments in the right time, you should have this long-term strategy. Because what you could risk is that if you are doing it the wrong way, then these investments will be in the future, will not have been the one that you will choose. So again, then try to prioritize your investments. Of course, the low-hanging fruits, just do them immediately and then move up as you go along. The risk here is that when you have this long-term planning, you look ahead and then you do all the most attractive projects first. And then as you move along, the paybacks become longer and longer and longer. And suddenly the management, they will say, okay, we cannot accept a project with a payback of 7 years. Forget about it. But the management, they need to be a part of this and see this as one big project. Because if you see it as one big project, the low-hanging fruit can help you. So you have like an average payback of your whole activities towards meeting your strategic points. Because again, then there's two ways of doing it. I mean, you can change your strategy, and most companies, they will not like to change the strategy, because they have communicated this to their customer. They have communicated maybe in the media. So this strategy is well known. So paddling backwards, changing your strategy, because now we are not able to perform on our strategy, will send a very sad signal to your customer that you actually are not committed to what you have set out and what you have promised them. And this is why we need these improvements. But this is a continuous process. And the graph here, this is just an example, and it's a very typical example from a company that's implemented ISO 50001, that this is a slow process. There's a lot of hard work. This doesn't come easy, but over time, you will slowly reduce. This is savings, energy savings, but there could also be some higher jumps when you go into just carbon saving if you change your supply of energy. So why ISO 50001 for Pakistan is the same structure as other management systems. So if you have environmental management or other management system, the structure is more or less the same to some extent. So it can be relatively easy to take on an additional management system. There's of course the CBAM, there's the buyer link, and then there is the financial link that could also be access to cheaper loans if you can document that you are in control of your energy usage. So loan for investing in energy efficient technology, VE projects, solar PV, heat and power and all that can be accessed if you can document you're in control. It's harder to attract investors if you cannot document that you're in control with your use of energy. With or without an energy management, I mean, without, as I mentioned, what is the alternative for your customers and for EU is to use default values. That will cost, or with management, with an energy management system, you're able to document. You have a structured data collection system, and you can actually back it up. And then you're also bankable for sustainable investments. I will not go into details about this figure. It's just a figure where I have environmental management, quality management, and energy management, and try to merge and see where do we actually have an overlap. And if you look at this, then the additional workload, additional elements that need to be introducing energy management is relatively limited, because if you have one or the other of these systems, then you'll already have it in place. And now I can see I've spent a lot of time already, so sorry for that. And I guess lunch will be late, so bear with me. 6 lessons learned from energy management for the last 30 years in Danish industry is that management commitment is not negotiable. I mean, without that, I mean, don't bother. So, and then efficiency is a continuous, it's not a one project, it's a continuous project. And then it's important to engage process people. This is not about utility people, it's about management, it's about utility people, and it's about process people. The people that actually know why are we using energy, that are in control of our processes. It's budgets and targets following up, it's KPIs, structure, making sure that you are improving, and then there is also looking into the life cycle costs of these investments. Because what we see often, if you buy an inefficient new piece of equipment, it can be cheap, it can be attractive to do, but if you look at it in a life cycle, this is a very bad investment. So unless you are in here for only a short term, then you can do these bad investments. But if you're in here for the long term, you will go for more attractive ones. Some examples from the textile industry is if, hang on a second, yeah. There are many different areas to focus on, and I think we could have a whole workshop on technical issues, and I would love to have that. And you are more than welcome to grab me afterwards, and we can discuss different details. But heating, the whole waste heat recovery area is often a overlooked area. It's also a bit difficult to deal with, but there are huge potential there to recover heat, reuse it, just let the resources recirculate within your system. The whole steam part is also something to lower the losses, monitoring, and map out where you see all these different effects. Motors, compressed air, process control is also an important parameters. At the moment, what we see a lot of development on in Denmark is machine learning. You can have very skilled process operators, 30 years of experience, but all operators are humans interactions, and humans, they are very fond of non-complaints. So what do you do as a human? You increase sort of the boundary, making sure that you're always on the safe track, operating your operation. But what machine learning can do is this can guide you to super optimize your control, lowering that boundary, and also making the operator comfortable in making decisions that in the past will be more risky for them or more uncertain. Fuel shift and electrification is very important. And then the whole metering part is also important. And just one word or a few words on the metering. I mean, I've seen so many examples of companies making a metering strategy, scattering meters all over the facilities. You just need to remember every time you install a meter, you need to install it, you need to maintain it, you need to verify, somebody needs to take the data, use it, analyze it. And so you need to ask yourself what is the value of that specific metering point? Is it equivalent to the gain that I can get at the end? Because what you risk here is you spend all your time installing metering, maintaining metering, that you don't have time to develop projects. So you use all your effort on metering, and metering itself does not have any value. These are some of the countries that I've been visiting over the last many years. And I did a lot of energy audits in Bangladesh 10 years ago. And what we focused on back then was optimizing the existing system. There was no really alternative. Electrification was not an alternative. The grid was too unstable. There was no development of solar energy, no local development in that area. So what we focused on was optimizing the existing energy system. And that was huge gains to get in these areas. The challenge is, of course, the cost of energy, and can you get this feasible? And this is why pressure from outside is also some of the motivating factors to improve the energy performance. Here in Vietnam, I've also been visiting textile factories, and again then looking into specific process optimization. Can we recover heat? Investigating that. There are a lot of heat losses. Oh, thanks to them. Okay, sorry. There were a lot of heat losses around, just going outside the stack, the chimneys from different processes. So that was one focus area. But also reducing the product loss. Of course, that also have an impact, but you just remember that every time you need to reprocess a product, that comes with additional energy costs. So reducing the product loss is also important parameters. So India, the same thing. It was more focused on energy management, develop that, and also in relation to changing to new, like solar or biomass co-firing, and combining that with energy management. And I would say in Denmark, you just saw this this graph, and if you just look at it from an energy point of view, I think this is a typical picture. Over time, you can have some jump, of course, where you can have a very significant change in technology. But if you look at it from a carbon perspective, you will definitely see these big jumps in the way that you develop. And in Pakistan, I would just get back to this. I visited US apparel and textile and denim a year ago, and we identified, it was with a walkthrough audit one day together with a team from the Danish Energy Agency. And by relatively short time, we could identify a lot of projects, we could discuss the ideas, we could start prioritizing what is, and put them into a context of the strategy. Yeah, so overall sort of saving potentials are similar across countries. What is sort of differentiates leaders from laggards are not technology, is sort of the management commitment, I would say. So if we want to move forward, it's commitment from management. This is just a list of what came out of the textile audits. And it's, I know it's not very nice to look at. It's just to say that by one day, having a walkthrough audit, you can identify a lot of projects. And I would also say that these projects might not be new to the company. This is something that they are aware of to some extent. But if you when you start gathering this whole list and you start prioritizing, you can also see what should we work on. A very common mistake is that you work on LED light. Let's say you are operating a cement plant or a textile, and then the amount of the share of LED light in terms of your energy is neglectable. You cannot even see it on your energy bill. So why even at all spend time on it? I mean, you can just hire somebody from outside and do it, but don't spend time on it. Focus and prioritize on the ones that are really making significant changes. Yeah, there was a lot of different ideas that emerged during this audit. Everything from everything from thermal to electrical. We talked about peak shaving. Also, can we redesign the system in a different way? So, because the production demands look like this, and this is hard to sort of balance towards the grid, because a huge peak demand in a very short period of time is hard to cover from the net. So can we shave that somehow by introducing thermal buffers, electrical buffers? Can we do that, making our system more robust and more reliable? Okay, final slide. I'll leave the floor to Lasse, and then we can move on. So key takeaways here. I think the sector is under some pressure in Pakistan, but not only in Pakistan, and the industry must be able to navigate accordingly. Energy audit, I would say, is the first step. Start with that, being aware of how you're using energy. What is the first step? And then you can build upon that when you integrate an energy management system, either for a ISO standard or it's more like a tailor-made one to begin with. It's just important that you start prioritizing your activities. So, yeah, I think this was the end from my side. Thank you very much, and I will leave the floor to Lasse. Lasse, I hope that you have not left from work and you are still with us. Can Lasse be put on the speaker somehow? He's online. Yeah. Sure. Let's spend.
Can you hear me at this point? Hello?
Normally when we look at heat pumps. Sorry. Yeah. The question was regarding heat pump integration.
Heat pump application in textile sector. I mean, I was pleasantly surprised to see something like heat pump in Pakistan.
Yeah.
You understand, the constraint and implementation of heat pumps. So my question was, what type of heat pump? Was that on kind of steam generated heat pump, some air source, energy recovery kind of heat pump?
I would say that it is very much case dependent when you look at heat pumps, because you need a heat source. Where do you get the heat? And then you have a heat sink. This is where you put in the heat. And the larger the difference is, the less efficient this system is. That's one thing to look at. Then you can have low temperature heat pump below, let's say 100 degrees. So we are fluid based. So we are just heating up some fluids. Or it could be high temperature heat pumps where we're heating up either thermal oil or gases, where we go above, where we have an evaporation taking place. And I think the low temperature part is proving technology, has been implementing in many different industries. So if you're just heating up something for washing, you don't need to boil, you just need to heat up water. Heat pump is an alternative. But if you want to go below 100 degrees, you need to produce steam. Then it's very important looking at the heat source. So that needs to be a high temperature heat source that you look for in that respect. But I think the low temperature, that's common and very proven technology, but the height still have some challenges.
Yeah, true. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Lasse.
Kan I høre mig?
Lasse, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Lasse, we cannot hear you. We're just trying to, if you're talking, we're just trying to fix it.
Can you hear me?
Try again, Lasse.
Can you hear me?
Excellent.
You can hear me now. And can I get access to share my screen?
You're not seeing the screen.
Lasse, you should have access to the screen now, or the presenting possibility.
No, I don't have any options to share my screen. But you can hear me, right?
We can hear you, but you should have access to present.
And now yes.
Okay, here you go. You have the floor.
Okay, I think I was made a panelist now, and now I have the options to share my screen and my camera. Thank you so much. Just a second and I'll start sharing my screen. I hope you can hear me all right and you can see me and that you can see my screen. So, dear excellencies and honorable guests, my name is Lasse and I am joining you from Copenhagen here in Denmark. And it is a privilege to be able to join you today and to present this topic on LCAs in the textile sector. On a daily basis, I do conduct LCAs and I do have a lot of contact with the textile sector, and currently I'm making a bigger LCA project with the textile sector, and I'm happy to show you some of the results, preliminary results from that already. I will spend 20 minutes, maybe a little less. I can see that time is running, but so I'll try to catch up on the time. But one of the first things I will go through is EU regulation, what we have currently and what is coming, specifically aiming at textiles and life cycle assessments. Then I'll introduce you to life cycle assessments. For those of you who are not familiar with that topic yet, I will give you a brief summary. I could also speak all day about life cycle assessments, but I'm trying to keep it short today. Then I will introduce product environmental footprint, or PEF, which is EU's new LCA standard that they are aiming to introduce towards the textile sector within the next couple of years. I'll give you a case example of a current LCA that me and my colleague has been conducting on a t-shirt. And then I will try and pinpoint and connect from some of the good things that my colleague Fridolin just shared with you before. So how can we go from these energy audits and the data from that and the data from energy management systems to carbon footprint calculations and life cycle assessments? Last thing, I'll sum up with the opportunities for textile companies in Pakistan in terms of what should be done now if you want to be ahead of the game for the coming trends and regulation that you will meet. First, I will talk about the EU regulation that we currently have and that we are seeing in the coming years. So if we start going back to 2022, EU made a strategy for sustainable and circular textile. It's not a regulation in itself, it's just a vision. So EU had a vision for more sustainable and more circular textiles by 2030. And that strategy has then led to different regulations that will make sure that this vision happens. One of them is eco-design. Sometimes it's referred to as ESPR. You'll meet lots of abbreviations in this presentation, but eco-design is a regulation that we have in Europe, and we've had it for many, many years, but only on energy-consuming products. So just like you shared before, this new labeling system that you are introducing in Pakistan, we've had that on white goods for many years, and now that regulation is moving to non-energy consuming products such as apparel, shoes, and furniture. So that is coming there. And then along with the eco-design, we get a requirement for digital product passports. That is going to be similar to a QR code that you can scan on the hang tag of a clothing thing you purchase. So when it's hanging in the store, you will have a little QR code you can scan, and you on that QR code you can find data on how to wash it, but also what is the carbon footprint and other environmental indicators on that specific product. So in order to have a standardized way of making those carbon footprints and environmental indicators, EU has also developed what they call PEF, or Product Environmental Footprint, which is a standard on how to make life cycle assessments on the products that are targeted by the eco-design regulation. They also made an additional standard called Product Environmental Footprint Category Rule, specifically for apparel and footwear. So that means specifically for this category of products, there are certain things you need to follow to make a standardized carbon footprint calculation that can be compared between different manufacturers of textile and apparel. Then we have the Green Claim Directive in EU, which makes sure that companies cannot just say our t-shirt is sustainable. They need to be able to document that. It's going to the same level as when you buy medicine. A medicine manufacturer cannot just say that this medicine cures whatever disease. They need to prove it. And it's the exact same when you use sustainability adjectives like sustainable or green or environmental friendly. You need to be able to document it. Then we have CBAM that we discussed in the previous presentations, of course, and then the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is an EU regulation that says that certain size of EU companies must make ESG reports, so an annual sustainability report, and in that report they need to document how much emission is coming from the value chain, and that could be manufacturers in Pakistan. Then the introduction to LCA, or life cycle assessment. Life cycle assessment is a method for measuring and calculating the environmental impact. It could be of a product or a service or a whole company, but mostly on products across its whole life cycle. It came from the academic world, where they follow this ISO 14040 standard. That standard is very vague. So the original LCA approach is very vague. It's up to the LCA practitioner to make decisions on what should you include and what should you not include in your assessment. So in order to make these different assessments more comparable, different standards has been developed. One is the PEF that I mentioned before, the EU standard for LCA. We also have environmental product declarations, EPDs, that are mostly used for building materials, product carbon footprints, and then also a CBAM calculation. So there are different standards, but for you, I will focus on the PEF, the product environmental footprint, which is what we will see on the textile sector going forward, at least in an EU perspective. When we do these calculations, we try to have a cradle to grave perspective. So that means we go all the way back from the raw materials being extracted. That could be cotton being grown and harvested, but it could also be extraction of crude oil that is then turned into plastics that can become the synthetic fibers in textile. We also have the production where the fibers are spun into yarn and later on woven into fabrics. Then it's cut and sewn into clothing, for instance. It's distributed to different regions of the world. Then we have the use phase, and that is also important to include because when people buy let's say a t-shirt, they will inevitably wash it a few times in its lifetime. They will use water and energy to wash it. Maybe they even tumble dry it or iron it with an iron. So that also have an impact on climate and other environmental indicators. End of life is how we get rid of the products. In the end, is it incinerated? Is it recycled, etc., or maybe landfilled in some areas? We look often at climate change, which we measure in CO2 and other greenhouse gases like methane and so on. But we most often talk about climate change and CO2. But LCAs can also measure the water use, energy use, different chemicals, but also more down to impact on nature. So that could be chemicals in freshwater environments or chemicals in marine environments, for instance. So it's not just CO2 and the climate we can measure a lot of different things. Then moving from the LCA, which is like the overarching methodology for what it is that we do, to the PEF, the Product Environmental Footprint that EU has introduced as a standardized way to make these calculations. They have made this category rule specifically for apparel and footwear, and in that it has specific numbers for assumptions. So for instance, on the use phase, so when a consumer is buying a t-shirt and they are using it, they are washing it, we need to have a harmonized way of making that calculation. And that is written in this PEF-CR standard. For t-shirts, for instance, it says that an average t-shirt is worn 45 times and it's washed every second time that it's worn. And it's washed at 40 degrees Celsius, etc. And if you iron it, I think it's 15% of t-shirts are assumed to be ironed, and ironing of a t-shirt is 2.4 minutes of ironing. So there are very specific numbers in these standards that we have to follow, but the rest comes from the manufacturers. That is specific data we need to calculate the footprint of a product. That could be the energy use, the material use, the scrap generation, and so on. Then it measures climate change, but as I mentioned, also other environmental indicators, such as ozone depletion. If we go 20, 30, 40 years back in time, we had big issues with the ozone layer that was being depleted. And luckily now it's healing, but we measure that, what is the impact on the ozone layer from this specific t-shirt. We look at acidification, eutrophication of different types of environment, particles, so also relevant, especially if you're using diesel or other heavier fuels, then you generate particles that have a very negative impact on human lungs. So we also measure that. Human toxicity, for instance, the cancerous ones. And we are not looking at just the human toxicity of putting on a shirt. We are looking at the human toxicity throughout the whole value chain. So also the people working all the way back from harvesting of cotton and from the people working where the fibers are spun to yarn and so on. So all through the value chain is summed up as a human toxicity measure. Then I have taken this t-shirt here as a case example of a recent PEF or LCA study that me and my colleagues have been doing. It's done for a larger Danish company that sell workwear clothing. So this is one of the more lighter types of clothing, and others are more like heavy jackets for heavy duty work. But I took this one because it's a nice example, easy to understand. It consists of 63% recycled polyester, 32% cotton, and a bit of elastane. And the cotton is the Better Cotton Initiative type of cotton. What we have gotten from the manufacturers in Bangladesh is the bill of material of this specific t-shirt. So they send a whole list from their ERP system where we can see, okay, there is this piece of fabric and it has the weight of maybe 100 grams, and then there is the contrast fabric here, it has the weight of 50 grams, etc. And then there is a little care wash label inside in one side. There's a brand logo that I removed for this purpose up here, etc. Then we have the packaging around it. There's a hang tag for when it's in a shop. You can see the name and the size hanging on a little cardboard tag. All of those things we got a list from, including the energy use for the sewing process. Sometimes we go further back and also get specific energy data from the textile manufacturers and even the yarn manufacturers. And sometimes we use generic data if it's too far back in the value chain. Then we use generic studies for what percentage or what share of energy is used for this process. If you're a company and you're focusing on energy efficiency and you're lowering your energy use, this is a really good way of sending that data to your customers, because if they make these calculations, they would rather have your specific low energy data than the average generic data, which is often more conservative and higher. This specific t-shirt goes through different processes, like the ginning of cotton, and we have the spinning to yarn of all these different fibers. We have the weaving of the yarn into fabric. There is bleaching, dyeing of the fabric, and then it comes to the sewing facility where it's cut and sewn. And there are losses throughout every process. So when they cut and sew, a lot of fabric is wasted. When they weave, a bit of fabric is or a bit of yarn is wasted, and when yarn is spun, some fibers are lost, and that is also accounted for. We also need to include that in the total calculation of this t-shirt. So these are the main assumptions we use in these calculations. Then we come to the distribution. We have calculated how much ship transport is going from Bangladesh to Denmark, and also how much truck in either end of the ship. So a truck in Bangladesh going to port, and also a truck in the port in Denmark going to the customer. Then, as I mentioned, the use phase is calculated from this category rules that were set up by EU. So very specific numbers on how to model the use phase. In the end of life, we look at where is the product sold and what waste statistics do we have in that region. So in Denmark, we have statistics on how many fabrics are being sent to recycling and how many are being incinerated and so on. And we include that in the model. But if we sell this t-shirt in a different region of the world, we need to look at their statistics. And then I said that the calculation that the LCA looks at all different environmental indicators, but for this purpose, I only look at climate change or CO2, just to simplify it. But if we look at the t-shirt's whole life, then the raw materials and the manufacturing account for the biggest part of the footprint of the product. If we zoom in to the materials and manufacturing, then we can see we have these smaller things like accessories, those are the care label and so on. But the main fabric is what accounts for most in terms of this t-shirt's carbon footprint. Zooming into the fabric itself consists of different things. We have the polyester part, we have the cotton part, we have a little bit of elastane, and then we have the electricity for the knitting process of knitting yarn into fabric, and so on. Of course, there is more electricity than just the knitting, because there is also electricity embedded within the cotton yarn, because electricity is used to spin the yarn, and so forth, all the way back through the value chain. So just to go back to what Fridolin mentioned before, the energy audits and getting this good energy data and measuring it and reducing it, this is one of the good ways of getting good data for an LCA calculation. So we get process level kilowatt hours of energy, how much energy is used for this specific spinning process per kilo of spun yarn, for instance, or per meter, or whatever unit you measure in, how much fuel is used if it's a non-electrified process, and so on. These numbers are crucial for making the calculation here in the LCA, and that is in the end what result in the final carbon footprint of the product, whether it's used for a digital product passport, the QR code that I talked about, or the CBAM if you report CBAM emissions, then you need all of this data through an LCA to your CBAM reporting, or climate accounting if you do that on an annual basis, making like overall company emission reports. Because all of this regulation is coming, and because we see it maybe from 2028 or maybe 2029, companies should start to prepare for this already now, to be ready to comply. One of the things you might see in the future is that EU buyers will start asking for this data. If not already, then they will start to ask for data like energy consumption and so on. So if you want the EU clients and you want to win those, be ready with the data as soon as possible. Otherwise, your competitor might win the client instead. Use the data you have in your systems. Your ERP system might have really good data already, and build from there. Instead of just trying to reinvent the wheel, start looking at what do you have and how can we build on that. Maybe you already have energy meters that you can use. Maybe you have a good bill of material list of your products. If not, fine tune it so that it's good for life cycle assessments. Use your LCA. When someone makes an LCA on your products, use it to reduce. The LCA will give you really good insights on where you should fine-tune your processes to get better CO2 results. So don't just make the numbers to give it to an EU client. Also make them to fine-tune your own processes and lower your product carbon footprints. And start already now. The requirement is not there yet, but it's good to play around before this is a hard requirement. So yeah, I would urge you to start playing with it now and get knowledge on this area. LCA is becoming a requirement, whether it's already here now for some of you or whether it's coming in 2028-ish. We never know, given the current situation in the world, exactly when this is coming, but it will come. Build on the data you have and reduce the emissions that you currently have, and start playing with your data now. Thank you.
And by profession, I am in cybersecurity. As the whole are moving towards the automation and IoT, that is Internet of Things, and converting into the smart industries. Sir, I have a question that what are the security frameworks and security architectures dedicated for this whole textile industry moving towards automation and IoT?
I'm sorry, I don't think I will be able to answer. This is a very specific question about the security of data, I assume. So
Security of whole system, automation, IoT, and smart industries, specific for textile industry.
yeah.
Cybersecurity frameworks and architecture.
This is outside my field of expertise, so I don't think I'm the right person to address such a question. I don't know, Lasse, if you have any knowledge in this area, but for me, it's I was just speculating. So,
So, for example, already cybersecurity frameworks like NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology, which are specific for cybersecurity. Sir, I have a question that any specific framework for textile industry or other industrial processes, especially moving towards the automation? Any specific which is dedicated for the textile industry?
Sorry, I don't have any specific recommendation in this area for the technology.
On the next page, he's not the relevant person.
Maybe some.
Should I give?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. This is Suhail Salim. I'm Deputy Director at NICA. Regarding the cybersecurity concerns, because these days, as you know, industries are overall moving towards operational technology and SCADA systems. Now, the challenge in cybersec is not just a prevalent current challenge. These days, cybersecurity problems are enhanced by AI. As you are in the industry, you'll be doing that these days. We have this model Mythos by Claude or MDOS by Microsoft that are acting as an adversary. And they have successfully broken all the protocols in the banking industry sector. It has been pulled down. So I think at this time, the most secure thing would be to behave like the crypto industry, where you have a cold system and a warm system. So warm system that is being connected to the internet, and the cold system that is connected inside, that's like an internal network, but not connected to the world outside. So the devices like IoT, Internet of Things, or OT, which are sharing data with each other, but they are not easier to breach. Or you can have a perimeter defense. You may have what we call as a DMZs, demilitarized zones, where the devices that needs to be connected to the outside worlds, they are connected, but rest of them are behind the DMZ. It's like they have a firewall and other defensive mechanisms so that they cannot be easily accessed by the system outside. Hope that answers the question. You're most welcome.
Thank you.
I have one question from Lassie. Hi, Lassie. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me, Lassie?
Yes.
So you mentioned about using recycled polyester in the product information. I'm curious to understand how it would be helpful in reducing GHG emissions. I always thought that maybe the recycled polyester might be more energy intensive than using virgin plastic. Though it would be helpful in the circularity of the plastic, but in terms of energy reductions. So what is your evaluation?
It is true that the recycling process is energy requiring when you recycle, for instance, PET bottles into polyester. But on the other hand, when you do that, then you remove the whole value chain that would have been before if it was virgin plastics. So if it was a virgin polyester we used, we would have a crude oil, we would have refinery of that into different types of fuels, and some of those would be plasticized into polyester. And all of that is removed when you then instead only have the recycling process of PET bottles into polyester. And that is because we see it as burden-free, so you don't pay if you are a manufacturer of recycled polyester clothing, you don't pay for the original processing of PET bottles. That those emissions are accounted to Coca-Cola or whoever made those bottles. So you only pay in the LCA for the recycling process. That is energy intensive, yes, but in terms of looking at the total energy that would have been used otherwise throughout a value chain, it's still lower.
Thank you. Great. Thank you so much. I have another question from Nadeem Saab. He was mentioning about, integrating renewable energy into the current ecosystem. And he was mentioning, some great practices that might be replicated from across the Europe, especially from the Denmark. So Nadeem Saab mentioned about, is he around? Okay. So you mentioned that, Pakistan has a great deployment of solar energy. So have you engaged, or do you see some motivation from the governments to implement thermal energy storage system in order to harvest, the huge potential that we might have in the daytime, and we might, use that. This is something which I've seen in Aalborg in Denmark recently, very recently. Government agency was there. They have wind power, which they were harvesting in the daytime and using for industry in the nighttime. So do you see some motivation, or do you see some potential in terms of, learning from Europe in terms of thermal energy storage systems, and how it would, how it would transform Pakistan's energy ecosystem?
I think specifically on thermal energy storage, I think there has been no sort of request or sort of interest. But when we discuss these sort of renewable energy integration issues we are having in Pakistan, I think a lot of talk is about the BESS, battery energy storage on a large scale. And also the government, I think, is looking into hybrid energy systems, etc., a combination of wind, solar, and of course the battery. But I think thermal energy storage has not been addressed, at least by the government authorities. It's mostly sort of electric storage. Even when we discuss thermal flexibility of power plants, they immediately link it to BESS. And in our view, it should be treated as two different measures. Thermal flexibility on power plants is one measure. Batteries is a completely different measure, and you can have different type of batteries. But I think thermal energy batteries have not been addressed as such. But I know that the academic institutions are also looking into this thermal energy storage, so maybe it will be on the agenda. But for now, it has not been addressed. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you. This is Mashood Urfi from ADS, and I have a question that any one of you three can answer. It's based on the deliberation by European Commissioner Hoekstra, who talked about the fair and climate responsible trade. So can we work for a framework that where the brands move beyond the punitive data demands to establish a joint framework for the responsibility of the disclosures? For example, if there is an LCA demand on the supplier side, and that is actually a mid-revenue tier exporter in Pakistan, so fairly they shouldn't be burdenized with that much disclosure for which they do not have the muscle that you talked about. So is there an availability or an intention of the framework in which brand
Can we take two questions and then we can respond?
Yeah. Okay.
My question is to the Mr. My name is Mohammad Usman Ranguni. I have worked in textile industry for more than 3 decades. Now I'm working and supplying biomass fuels and different biomass projects for the boilers especially. The very first thing I want to know from the policymakers that till today, in my opinion, as far as I know, there is no policy described by the government sector for the efficiency of the boiler. Normally, used to live in USA, and there they have a formula that every boiler is measured for its required efficiency, and they are charged if their efficiency of the boiler is less than 85% or 87%, they charge them penalty. But in Pakistan, there is no policy. The boiler inspector just visit the factory and he just looks at the safety. And I am sure that if we can control the efficiency of the boiler, we can manage more than 40% of the energy of the gas consumption only in the boiler sector. So what are you people are doing for implementing that kind of policy? Regulations. It should be implemented strictly. Like a couple of years back, government announced that anybody who is generating power from their diesel generator or gas generator, they should install the waste heat energy boiler. So everybody started installing it. 20 years back, nobody knew what is the waste heat energy. Now everybody knows. So some rules has to be implemented. That's my question.
I think just from the policy angle, I would say what the Danish government has been doing is to put a lot of tax. It could be energy tax or it could be carbon tax on inefficient general. I think that's what's been driving energy efficiency. So if some boiler sort of efficiencies are below, I think that's just hurting the bottom line for the enterprise using that boiler, I would say. So that's what we have been doing from the regulatory side. But I don't know what's happening in Pakistan on this.
Sir, from the Pakistan perspective, you are quite right. We don't have the boiler standards. Like US Department of Energy have regulated around more than 100 products. But we are going towards this territory. We have notified the standards for the efficiency of the home appliances. And we have also in contact with the boiler inspectorates so that we can mutually chalk out some mechanism so that along with the safety, the boiler inspectors should be given the mandate, or maybe NICA designated agencies should, or EPA along with the emissions should also measure the efficiency of the boilers. And we should have in future a standardized system like US. So we are working in this. Yes, sir. Sir, we are hopeful next time.
I think we had another question here, and we'll actually. Oh.
Just sir, one thing I also to mention, there are also hurdles from the industry as well. As you might remember that NICA was given the mandate of conducting mandatory audits of the captive generation systems. And we have lots of legislations and cases around all the provinces. So there are also hurdles on both sides. Yeah. Sir, enforcement is not that easy. We also have to take on board the stakeholders as well, sir. Yes.
Okay, I think one more question, then I think we have to go for lunch.
So,
more questions.
Yeah, I think let's have lunch now. I think lunch has been served, and we should be back when, Salia? 2:10 p.m. Please be back after your lunch, and then we'll go to the panel debate. Huh? Lunch is served in
Welcome back, dear audience. Please settle down. We are starting in 1 minute. I would request my STPI team, please invite the guests from outside. After ending the technical session, we have session on the circularity and decarbonization in Pakistan's textile industry. And for this, we have a presentation on state of circularity and used textile in Pakistan. And after that, we have a panel discussion on roadmap for decarbonizing the textile sector in Pakistan, in which we have panelists from NPO, Ministry of Commerce, APTMA, also the NICA, and Ministry of Industries, and also international experts as well. So before the panel discussion, I would request Dr. Zainab Naeem, who is the head of Ecological Sustainability and Circular Economy at STPI, to showcase her work on the circularity. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Saleha. I hope log andar aa jaye so we can start. बिल्कुल ठीक है. Saleha, I think we can start. Okay. Nadeem sir, with your permission. Okay, thank you so much. Once again, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Zainab Naeem, and I'll be presenting a study that SDPI conducted as part of a multi-country project that was supported by European Union, the Commission, and also it was implemented in partnership with United Nations Environment Program. So there were almost 5 or 6 countries. 5 of them were from Africa region and 1 from South Asia, that was Pakistan. And it was around used textiles trade and circularity, where for the first time globally, value chain of second-hand textiles was mapped. And because Pakistan is the largest importer of used textiles, so it was important that we get to know about the overall circularity angle, the overall trade angle of this, and also the overall economic angle of this sector. So if you can see on this slide, we are the largest importer in the world of used textiles or second-hand textiles. And then the import value that was recorded back in 2023, because this report was completed in 2024, was that 774 million US dollars. Okay, I think these chairs are disrupting, but I'll explain. $774 million of import value of clothing item were imported. For the time being, if we can get those chairs agar hum yahan se move kar dein so that people are able to view the slides. And then unsorted ratio. So vast majority of imports, they arrive unsorted. So there is no pre-sorted, criteria or categorization when Pakistan is importing used textiles. The developed countries, they're sending it without any kind of sorting. I'll explain how. All right. So this sector in Pakistan, it caters the need of almost 39% of population that is below the poverty line. And 30% of used textiles meet clothing needs for low-income households of almost 30% of the population in Pakistan. So that's why the sector is so important. And before 2010, when we did not have a lot of retail stores in Pakistan, second-hand clothing market was booming and is still booming, and it kept booming even during COVID. So it did not see any losses even during COVID. Now the import origins of used textiles, you can see we import maximum from European Union and the United Kingdom, North America, and the GCC hubs as well. So we are importing used textiles, but after COVID, there has been a lot of textiles waste that is also coming in. Now the European Union exported approximately $7 million worth of used clothing to Pakistan in 2024, mostly unsorted bales. Now, this is the value chain that I talked about that has been mapped for the first time. So it starts from, the foreign countries, they send it to Pakistan, and those clothing items, they land at Karachi port. And from there, they go to the independent importers, and some of it goes to the Karachi Export Processing Zone Authority, where there are multiple companies who are operating as leading exporters. At Karachi Export Processing Authority, what they do is they import it, they do categorization, and then they do grading. Grade A, grade B, grade C. So usually grade A is the one that gets totally re-exported back. It does not stay in the country. Grade B, some of it gets re-exported, some of it remains here. Grade C is then sold to the flea market retailers and other stakeholders. So after sorting, an interesting fact, the sorting, grading, everything is being managed by informal sector in the Karachi Export Processing Zone Authority. Usually there are women and youngsters who are less educated, but they know the skill of that mechanical recycling, who are employed there. And then there is mechanical shredding, manual fiber separation, and upcycling for re-exporting. What happens from independent importers, it goes to the wholesalers and then again to recyclers. From recyclers, they do purchasing and sorting, cutting, chemical decoloring, sometimes mechanical shredding, pressing, blow room carding, and rolling, different processes. From wholesalers, it also goes to retailers, and retailers also send it back to recyclers sometimes. From retailers, especially in the flea markets or the Landa bazaars, it goes for sorting and repairing, refurbishing, lint removal, and then it is sold to the consumers. From consumers, it goes to the waste scavengers who are informal. They collect these items, and what happened when they collect it from home and from consumers at household level, consumers at industry level, They collect it, they upcycle it sometimes, they recover, yarn out of it, and sometimes they send it to the brick kiln workers who use it as fuel for their brick kilns. And sometimes they send it to, they sell it to the furniture workers who make it as part of furniture filling. So we do not even waste a single button or zip that we receive as part of imported items. So there is no post-consumer waste of these textiles in Pakistan. Now, this is the breakdown of the waste value chain. If you see the flow snapshot, waste flow snapshot, and this is based on the Comtrade data plus the data that we collected, the first-hand primary data, and that was validated with all government stakeholders and private sector stakeholders too. So this is the metrics given of the used textiles we imported, 1084,519.8 metric tons in 2024. 13% of imports are deemed not fit for reuse, especially at Karachi Export Processing Zone Authority, but including up to 5% into wipers gets recycled. But what happened? From KPZA, the remaining 84% is sorted for re-export and local distribution. So we have a 80-20 rule. Whatever we are importing, 80% of it needs to get re-exported to the other countries, sometimes the same destination. So there's a high chance somebody in Europe send us their waste denim jacket and we repurposed it into a denim jeans and we have sold it back to them. So there's a chance from KPZA. And that person might not even be knowing that this is the same thing. So we add so much value to it. And then the retail waste, a weighted average of 23% of locally sold item is estimated to be discarded as waste. But whatever others call waste, we call it resource. Whatever 23% is wasted, that is repurposed, reutilized, resold to the retailers and flea markets, to the consumers, to the brick kiln workers for shredding in the furniture market as well. So the total waste stream that we have that goes to the landfill is hardly 2% from this sector. This is the our field snapshot of the fieldwork we conducted at Karachi Export Processing Zone Authority. You see there's no sorting. When bales arrive, every sorting has to be done at KPZA. So I've explained it. 80% gets re-exported, 20% enters into the local market. So the local textile industry has no fear of, any kind of competition or any kind of market competition with the second-hand textile industry. There's no insecurity issue. Sorting and grading process. So there's inbound inspection first. Everything gets customs clearance. And then we have pre-sort phase categorization by broad groups, including gender, season, size, and primary material composition. Then quality grading is done into A, B, and C, like I explained, and then repair and baling. This I explained, this customs controlled environment. It provides a secure regulated zone, of course, and then there's standardized grading. So 80% re-export and 20% for local clearance. Faisalabad is the textile recycling hub for Pakistan. 85% of the textiles gets recycled there. Now, the current capabilities, it has high capacity for mechanical shredding and blending, open end spinning, operations for yarn production, extensive fiber recovery, and levers for growth. Most of it is informal there. Transition to energy efficient processing machinery can boost this economy there. And if we implement national quality standards for recycled fabrics, this is the limitation, but if it is there, it's going to create a lot of impact, especially for the exports. And then enhanced structured worker protections and formalization, because there is informal sector there. So the environmental compliance and those standards, as somebody was also talking about it here, those are some challenges that they're facing. You can see the situation in Faisalabad and Chinot recycling hubs. Environmental compliance issues remain there, and then they do not have access to clean energy. So getting energy from grid is a question mark. Then there are people who live in peri-urban areas and villages who are employed by these industries. So they are offering them jobs, but these jobs can be made greener only if they get support in the form of clean energy, environmental compliance related benefits, etc. So if we do a comparison of environmental performance, Pakistan textile waste management we are a leader in this sector. We, being largest importer, we are a leader. So 2% of textile waste, like I mentioned, and recycling rate is 89%. Landfill contribution is hardly 3% if we accumulate local textile and used textiles, everything. And then Western nations, 85% of textile waste is there. Recycling rate is 15% and landfill contribution is huge, 85%. There's another aspect attached to it, and that is our own cultural aspect. Because in South Asia, there's a high chance that today I'm wearing this dress, I might, hand it over to my sister or my cousins if they like it, or even to my house help. So it is not going to get wasted. So this is a culture or traditional values that we have. That's why these dressing and clothing items, apparel items are not wasted. Not just that, even bed sets, tapestries, curtains, they are repurposed and reused again. Okay, so these are some of the processing hub locations that were identified for the study, especially. Okay, now environmental benefits, a lot of benefits are there. Of course, landfill diversion, resource conservation, and it's efficient for climate action as well. But then there is the challenge within this industry. First, our own national textile and apparel policy that has been developed by Ministry of Commerce. It provides the overarching strategic direction for the sector, emphasizing circular value addition and export growth. But before that, there was no policy direction for the sector because of the informal workers and engaged in it. And also they were not getting any benefits, in form of green incentives or anything around it, etc. And then they were facing a lot of challenges. Then Park EPA standards around wastewater discharge, air emissions, and industrial pollution control, they need to be made more stringent. Compliance around that need to be made more stringent. But then industry needs, all second-hand textile sector also needs to be provided a field or level playing business field where they can get trained around these standards. And instead of imposing them directly with penalties, we need to provide them with training. And in that perspective, local industry can also support, and the development sector. Finance bill, they removed the 10% regulatory duty on imported used clothing to support low-income affordability back in 2023. The only ambiguity that is there as of now is the HS code. When you're importing, there are certain HS codes that imports are categorized under those codes. So the worn clothing HS code is 6309 versus textile waste is 6310. There's huge ambiguity. That's why, because there's no pre-sorting by the developed countries, so everything gets mixed up. And the categorization is very vague. So that's why even now the International BRS Convention, they're coming up with regulation that we must stop selling textile waste and we need to reduce it. But what if you're not able to reduce it? Are you going to be dumping it into the oceans? If you have a market who can manage it in a proper manner, why not incentivize it? So one of the key recommendations from the study is, yes, CBAM is good opportunity for European Union to get climate neutral, to achieve climate neutrality. It is important. But where they're talking about taxing those industries that are not climate friendly, they need to incentivize the greener practices also, especially in a sector that is managing the waste that has become a crisis in their region and also in Africa region. So I think this is the opportunity where equitable development, as Dr. Khalid highlights every time, CBAM can ensure it by incentivizing the greener practices. So this is a major recommendation. Untreated wastewater is an issue. Chemical discharge from garment washing and even in the recycling sector, it's a big issue. But the regulator, compliance and capacity building challenges, that is where we need support, especially this sector, and it's an opportunity. Air quality emissions is another, challenge that has been emerging from this sector, and microplastic pollution is also a challenge. But again, where there's a challenge, as I said, there's an opportunity. These people, they want to work on addressing these challenges, but they require technical support, knowledge transfer, capacity building. Employment multiplier, the labor market. Major job creator is in Karachi Export Processing Zone Authority. Multiple companies, informal ratio, it is predominantly informal. Skill gap, if technical upgradation is there, this is one of the major gaps, and this is where they're asking for help. And the gender inclusion, although there are many women, but the gender safeguards have to be ensured there as well. So the worker health and safety concerns are also there. Respiratory health, social protection challenges, PPE provisions. Some companies do provide, but some do not. So, and then physical stress, because it's mostly mechanical recycling. That's why a lot of physical strength is, wasted because they do not have high end technology with them. Public awareness, these are some suggestions where labeling standards, eco-design, eco-label standards have to be introduced. And on another note, a key recommendation was that local textile industry, even if they are, because some of them do join hands with companies at KPZA. So even if they are re-exporting it by adding their labels or, their brand name, if it is from recycled content, then if certain standards are ensured based on recycled content, also they should get some incentive, by the importer. We have provided recommendations around don't get scared by the name of extended producer responsibility. This is voluntary. Textile industry does not really need to pay a lot of pollution tax or etc., but voluntarily they need to improve their reporting standards and guidelines. And because second-hand textiles is predominantly informal, this does not exactly apply on them right now, but for the future sake, there has to be some guidelines around it. So this was, the key recommendations that we have shared with European Union Commission at different forums, including COP. And I'm expected to be representing the study in, next month at Sweden World Recycling Convention to represent Pakistan as a best case scenario. And I hope that these recommendations gets integrated. Just as a summary, we have a video on the fieldwork. If I can request my IT team to display it, please.
The textile sector's linear business model is based on overproduction and overconsumption. And each year, the equivalent of a garbage truck full of clothing is incinerated or dumped in landfills every second. Pakistan has become a central hub in the global journey of used textiles. While clothing is discarded in some parts of the world, in Pakistan, used textiles find a new life, creating economic opportunities. Used textiles are a key commodity in global trade, originating from major exporters led by the European Union, the United States, and China. They travel vast distances to reach Pakistan, entering through major ports like Port Qasim. These shipments of used textiles are processed, graded, and distributed for resale, driving Pakistan's used textile economy.
It has become an extremely important tool for many of us to combat inflation, the type of inflation that Pakistan is facing. And from a very informal resale of second-hand clothing, it is now getting entry into the posh markets of Islamabad, Lahore, and Karachi, where many of these clothes, they are actually refurbished, they are improved, and they are sold at the high end of the market.
There is a lot happening in Pakistan that fits well with that broader thinking from extension of your text blankets to achieving your commitments on the Paris Agreement, developing key strategic documents like long-term low greenhouse gas emission strategy.
Once textiles arrive, they are carefully sorted and graded. Companies in Karachi Export Processing Zone process millions of tons of textiles every month. About 80% of these textiles are re-exported, while 20% are directed to the local market, where demand for second-hand clothing is rising.
ये प्यारे भाई होते हैं बाहर के सब यूरोप का माल होता है, जापान से आता है, ये इटली से आता है, ठीक है, जर्मन का माल होता है, मुख्तलिफ कंट्री के माल होते हैं, लेकिन हम जाके खरीदते हैं कराची से। पहले डायरेक्ट करा आता है कराची में और हम जाके कराची से खरीदते हैं। वो भी हमारे बिकते हैं, वो भी नहीं रहते, वो हम कचरे वालों को बेचते हैं जो ये गाड़ियों की सफाइयां करते हैं या इस तरह के ना, वो लोग ले जाते हैं हमसे।
मतलब वो टैक्स ज्यादा हो गया तो महंगाई ज्यादा हो गया तो कारोबार थोड़ा सा डाउन हो गया।
बहुत ज्यादा। जब पहले हम कंटेनर लेते थे करोड़ का 1.5 करोड़ का, भी इस टाइम वो हुआ है 4-4.5 करोड़ का। उसकी वजह ये है कि गवर्नमेंट ने टैक्स इतने लगा दिए हैं कि उधर पहुंचना भी बहुत मुश्किल हो गया है ये।
In Pakistan, Landa bazaars play a crucial role in the informal recycling economy. Traders repair and resell used textiles, offering affordable clothing to local communities and extending the life of garments. Yet, behind the used textile industry, there are challenges. Informal workers often face poor labor conditions, lack of legal protections, and volatile incomes. Still, in the face of these hurdles, communities continue to innovate, driving a grassroots movement for reuse and resilience. In cities like Faisalabad and Chiniot, used textile waste is shredded and downcycled for other industries. From mattress padding to industrial insulation, these recycled materials contribute to the economy and reduce the amount of used textile waste diverted to landfills. Based on 2024 data, Pakistan imports over 1 million tons of
we are
used
running out
textiles
of time.
each year.
Maybe you can
After
stop here.
cotton, around.
Thank you so much, everyone. Over to you, Saleh.
Thank you so much, Zainab. And I think we have a lot of questions, but we have a panel discussion right now. And after that, we can take the questions from the audience. The next panel discussion is on the roadmap for decarbonizing the textile sector in Pakistan. And I would firstly introduce the panelists and then they can join us on the stage. We have been joined by Mr. Aftab Khan from NPO, National Productivity Organization, Dr. Nabil Amin, he's the Head of Compliance Project Director, National Compliance Center, Ministry of Commerce, Mr. Fridolin Home, Senior Technical Expert, Dr. Ayazuddin would be joining us online, and Mr. Mudassir Raza will be joining us shortly. And from the NICA, we have a representation, Mr. Ahmed Munib, Assistant Director, NICA. So through this discussion, we are exploring what are the strategies and challenges that the textile sector is currently foreseeing, and how we can decarbonize the sector by making a business case for the industry, and also in the upcoming new protocols like and the requirements like CBAM, and also the high rising tariffs, how the industries in that case are more sustainable and more efficient in their working. And also, what are the tools and technologies that are currently utilizing in this industries, and what are the best practices we can take from the international best market that could be taken in the textile industry of Pakistan. Right now, there are a set of people called All Pakistan Textile Mills Association. So they have their concerns. They will show that how what are the challenges they foresee, and what are their needs from the government side. Like we are we are almost approaching a budget period, and where the industrialists are hoping and expecting that they will get subsidies, and they will get a right model approach that their industries are working efficiently in that context. So a number of challenges the industries have with the our IMF phase, also the budget phase, and also the geopolitical scenario. So a lot of challenges and the industries are facing. So to explore this and to figure out what is the way forward for the industries, firstly, I would request Mr. Aftab Khan from National Productivity Organization to join us on the stage, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Dr. Nabil Amin from Ministry of Commerce, please join us on the stage. Thank you, sir. Mr. Fridolin, if you can join us on the stage as well. Thank you. I hope Dr. Ayazuddin would be with us online. If you can, if I would request MIS team to check them. And Mr. Mudassar Raza from Ministry of Commerce, is he here? And from NICA, Munib Ahmed, please join us on the stage. And Zainab, if you could please join us on the stage as well. Zainab is currently leading our program on circular economy and ecological sustainability at STPI. So from the start of the session, we have a lot of discussions on the tools that we have for the industrial decarbonization in textile sector, the life cycle assessment, the energy audits we have done, and a lot of presentation on that. That what are the what audits they have done and what are the opportunities and challenges in the Pakistani context we have. So, firstly, I would request Dr. Nabil Amin that. Since the start of the discussion, there are a lot of discussion on the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. So how do you see that Pakistani's textile sector is prepared for that, and also given the current gaps in the reporting, where we are standing in the LCA? Yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me start off with the preparation of the CBAM. We do have challenges like for the other industry, but textile would be coming up into this net for the CBAM in coming few years. But we have to prepare it as a proactive approach. Unfortunately, the bigger players, they do have the life cycle assessments and other things with them, with integration of their softwares. But the gap lies in between the SMEs and the informal sector that already have been mentioned that we have, and you've been discussing all day. So we need to prepare in terms of integrated approach, in terms of combined kind of certification, combined kind of facilities for the greener approaches that can be availed by the SMEs. Otherwise, I mean, it's a financial kind of incentive, or we can give financial incentives, which government is already working and the provinces are already working on it, on green financing. Other than that, it's a burden on SMEs to come up into all that kind of stream, and in all these kind of taxes and other factors which are accumulating. We have to come up with an approach to give them a kind of transparent, traceable system. And the first thing is we cannot copy any other model, which is we can take the lead from maybe Danish for the energy. We can take the lead from other textile international models, but we cannot copy and paste them in our country, because our scenario is totally different. So we have to come up with our own indigenous solutions. We do have many things, but we need to get them integrated. We need to get them sorted instead of working in isolation, and we need to bring them together. One of the examples would be the green financing that we are doing. We need to sort it out, a 360-degree approach, that what kind of energy technology we have to transfer. If you talk about boilers, yes, that is a bigger part that you have to have inspections and everything. But we need to first set up the baselines, the calculations, the baselines, and then to start off with that, that what are the minimum kind of greenhouse gas emissions and other factors. We need to first build them up as per our scenario, talk to the international community, to EU and other, our counterparts, that we need to take some flexibility, some time, and then set up our targets and start off. One of the questions was there, I don't know whether that gentleman is here or not, like AI policy and integration into the digital. You must have seen one of the information gaps is that we do not have, we do not go into the details of the EU or other kind of protocols they've been given up to us. There is a recent directive been issued by EU for AI. There are certain certification in 27,000 series that have to be taken up for the cybersecurity. Otherwise, you have all those systems integrated. If you don't have those compliance certifications, you won't be able, nobody's going to, accept that data. So that's where we need to work.
Okay, thank you so much. In the interest of time, because you are leaving in a short while, how voluntary agreements can be structured, and what are your takes on the MRV system, digital MRV system, that can be ensured in the EU sustainability standards? Yeah.
I'm sorry with, my apologies from the other panelists because I have to catch up another meeting. MRVs and these systems, they all, you see CBAM or the bigger picture that we are looking, yes, we have to target the bigger picture, but we have to see our basic requirements first. We have many things, we need to just sort them out. The presentation just been given on the recyclers and, by our madam there. The important thing is that all these data calculations, they are linked with DPP and other kind of traceability systems. We have to develop that first. And the good news is that we have already set up a project, a task force under the Ministry of Commerce, and we are leading that. And we've already submitted some projects on DPP platform, which will be a kind of framework given by the federal government to, especially for the textile sector, because we are coming up into all those kind of, limitations and the deadlines which are approaching. But to have that MRV and all that system, you need to have data first. That data needs to be transparent. You need then to link it with all your kind of SMEs and the supplier management and different kind of, the important thing is it goes through all the linked kind of suppliers as well. We need to have the digital system. Fertilizers, boilers, why don't we integrate them into digital scenario? Where you cannot do it, have some other kind of system. Instead of going on to the inspections, instead of going on building up inspectors and big kind of, institutions who will put up another layer of certification or put up another layer of strictness onto the industry, that won't work. You need to go onto the transparent kind of systems, maybe humanless, which has already been done in the world. But of course, it'll take time for us to do it. So first thing is the data. That is very important that we need to have.
Yeah, very rightly said, the data. So connecting it with the National Productivity Organization, sir, Aftab sir, if you could elaborate that how the productivity audits can be integrated in the energy audits to create a unified efficiency framework for the textile mills, and what sort of role the NPO could play in scaling ISO 5001 standard, especially in the SME sector of Pakistan's textile industry. Yeah.
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It is a very important question that till now we are carrying an energy efficiency alone, and we have a lot of focus on energy efficiency. It's very important because why we are focusing energy efficiency, because the price or the shortage of energy. But when we are going to talking about the overall decarbonization, for that it is very much important to include energy efficiency, all the inputs. So all the inputs means 4M1E. So so the material efficiency, process, operation, system optimization, and also not only we can restrict this to the productivity as we are considering the definition of productivity, we should go beyond that, that what is the methodology, what is the skills of the human resource. Especially as your good self said that how in SME, the baseline as for our experience is that in SME that we are lacking there in skills, resources, and all the management system. We are introducing the management system, if you are proposing the management system in SME, so it's mean the first we should analyze that either they have their own system or not, existing system or not. So the management system in SME, there is 2 or 3 peoples, mostly owner-based oriented businesses. So there it's mean that what we should go for, which steps where they adopt this ISO 50001. So as the NPO, for that we have to localize, we have to simplify, we have to assist them. So their assistance, as per my own what I have learned from there. So we need to go on shop floor. We need to go assist and provide a hand-on training, which NPO is doing right now. So NPO to link energy and productivity, NPO has proposed the resource efficiency volunteer law to Ministry of Industry and Production right now. So we are combining these two energy, material, all the input systems. So we will be addressing all that aspects under that law. So as for NPO, NPO has developed its energy efficiency RE audits based on the ISO, but it is very much easy and localized as per the SME requirements. So the result is that along with that, we are developing, we are giving the system, the templates, all the system as per the requirement of ISO. But along with that, we are also training, giving training, imparting training, hand-on training to the people, to the workforce engaged in the shop floor. So NPO is doing on these 2 fronts, supporting the SME.
Thank you. And to know well that how SMEs are well equipped with the life cycle based compliance framework, we have with us Dr. Muhammad Ayazuddin, who is the convener Decarbonization Committee, PRGMEA, co-founder Carbon Dioxide Talks. Sir, my question to you is that since Aftab Sahab has mentioned that they're working with different SMEs and they're training different SMEs in energy efficiency and different protocols that they're working on. So how well equipped SME is in adopting the life cycle based compliance frameworks, and how do you see that what is the role of international buyers that they can play in incentivizing the compliance among Pakistani SMEs? Yeah, over to you.
Yeah, I need to answer this question in 30 minutes minimum. Actually, you have taken the complete supply chain right now. So at Prigmia, what we did, at the Decarbonization Committee, we started with counting the calculation, the carbon footprint calculation. So we adopted that policy where we initiated for these calculations through the IPCC approved software, which is called GABI, and we have taken that. So, for this purpose, we collaborated with 2 major institutions in Lahore. One is LUMS Energy Institute, and the second one is Government College University, Lahore. And we initiated a platform called CO2 Talks, where we are integrating all these interventions, what you are discussing today, from fans to boilers and from BESS to other alternative solutions. So we've been working on that. And, if I speak about how the international brands, they see that and how Prigmia is looking into that. Firstly, we need a trained, workers in our fields, because the life cycle assessment is connected with digital product passport. And digital passport is also connected with the CS-DDD, because the social and environmental are clubbed in the new regulation by EU. So these all are addressed through our system, and that is a systemic approach. We got 520 members, and we have export of $4.44 billion. And how we see, we integrated ourselves to the international community. Like as a Prigmia, we are part of United Nations Climate Action Plan, and we are the supporting body there. I'm also member of the sourcing council from the supplier side with the Apparel Impact Institute. Apparel Impact Institute got the $2 billion fund, which means they have funding from all the fashion brands like H&M Foundation, Zara Inditex, Nike, Adidas, Ralph Lauren, and everyone. Similarly, in Europe, if we are working with IAF, that is the International Apparel Federation, and ITMF, that is the International Textile Manufacturer Association Federation, that we are working with that, and they have created a platform called Apparel and Textile Transformation Initiative called ATTI. So we are going into an agreement on decarbonization studies in Pakistan. So this all clubs, at the factory floor. The guy from Nika, when they talk about fan efficiency, they talk about the consumer we have, and we got 88 million fans in 80 kilowatt category. What we have the production, we did the reverse calculation. We have a production of roughly 6 to 8 million fans per annum. Look how we see the problem. We see this problem like, our major contribution goes towards the import of the fossil fuel. So we have to be fast, by this maths, if we want to change the fans in the country, that means we need at least 10 years to convert all these fans. Even the whole production is not energy efficient. They are not 30 watt or 25 watt fans. They are 80 watt fans. Only 20 to 30% production has been shifted to there. Similarly, when we divide all these emissions, we take it into Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. So, when we talk about transportation, that is the fossil fuel. And we have a, study there on the biofuel, because, all the vegetable oil is through the esterification is transferred into the biofuel. But there is a bottleneck because every, SBTI requires a certification of the renewable energy or any fuel. So we don't have at the AGRA level, all these intervention already been addressed, is not being done. So we need regulatory framework. What we have, we got few solutions in line, like if you see 25% surge in the solar energy, that is one contribution. And the compliance based solutions at the factory floor at the Prigmia. We are a bit organized in a formation, because we got a full-time employees who are working in the field of sustainability. We address circularity, we address decarbonization, we address digitalization, and we address this compliances. And National Compliance Center is one of our key partner in this, because we are aligning all these things and the all international requirements through National Compliance Centers and other agencies like GIZ. And for the supply chain, major thing is again life cycle assessment. So we have recently conducted under the British Council program, the life cycle. The program is called the PACT, and that gives information on a specific product from a specific factory. So we got one factory from Sialkot and 4 factories from Lahore. We initiated that, we developed that product. So these are the contributions what we are working right now, and we have initiated many things, and we are progressive in this nature.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yaz, and we will come back to you that after the second round, that what are the institutions gap that you have, you think that hinders the SMEs from assessing the green financing or compliance upgrades. But before that, we had Fridolin with us. Fridolin, you have recently conducted an energy audit in the textile industries. What are the critical inefficiencies you have seen in the Pakistani textile sector? And what's your thought on that? What are the technical interventions that can be offered for the highest ROI for the textile mills. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much. There's a number of elements that I've seen throughout these audits, and I would say, first of all, sort of the critical, it's not very technical, it's more like a management issue that the management needs to be involved and take ownership in this whole planning. It's not something that you can just put on the technician to solve. This is first of all a management issue because budgets need to be associated with all the activities and needs to be aligned with the management strategy. That's one thing. Then I think the challenge of actually looking into why do we need energy in our production in the first place? So being very much aware of we are using energy. This is not a very traditional approach. We are often used to looking at our utility system, trying to optimize everything around our processes. And I think there needs to be a change of sort of culture among technicians also to be able to involve the process people, because the process people are the ones that are handling the processes on a daily basis. They know what are the constraints within these processes. And when we can start working with these people, then we can ask all the critical questions. Can we do this in a different way? Are there other technologies? And again, why do we need energy for this process in the first place? Are we doing as efficient? And then, of course, there's a lot of emerging technologies that we should be aware of that is coming in. And I think that also here in Pakistan, you are facing some historical issues that you have insourced a lot of sort of second-hand equipment that you are dealing with now. And this is also why your KPIs compared to Europe doesn't look very good. But I think there's a lot of learnings also from, okay, what have they then done? Can we skip some of these steps instead of just trying to do all the same mistakes? But can we skip some of these steps moving forward? And I think the one thing that I didn't really see in the audits in the textile industry is the process integration part, where we try to integrate the different processes, see if we can recycle our resources within so different types of heat recovery systems. And we also facing traditionally, when we look at any production, then we are used to having natural gas available, electricity. We have designed our system, we have some refrigeration, some compressed air. But I think we need also to, in the future, be much aware that we have more diverse energy infrastructure. I mean, we need to be more flexible. We need to have a more reliable system. And in order to have that, in order to reduce our carbon footprint, we need to integrate many different technologies. We cannot just rely on natural gas and electricity. We need to have multiple sources. We need to integrate flexibility into our energy system, so storage systems somewhere, so we are less reluctant to these big systems. And it also, sorry for just get carried away here, but I think that it was also, we have done a lot of studies proving that when you invest or start to reinvest in your systems, looking into being more flexible is very cost beneficial, because you will have to design your systems for the highest peaks, meaning that you will typically oversize all your systems, but building in buffers, both thermal or electrical buffers, meaning that you can sort of peak shape and de-size all your process equipment. And then lastly, then moving everything towards where the energy is used. I mean, instead of just having these central systems supplying everything, try to have decentral systems and tailor-made them to the need, to the actually customer's need. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Since there is, I believe that there is no single ISO standard certified textile mill in Pakistan. But NICA has a mandate to promote the energy management system what specific program that could be offered from the government side to incentivize the textile sector so that they can pursue the certification process and they can make a more compatible related industry in Pakistan. Yeah, Munib from.
Thank you, ma'am. Previously, we have worked with UNIDO, and during the UNIDO project, some textile industries, including some some of the textile from Karachi and Lahore, have pursued the ISO 50001 certification. Currently, in pipeline, we have a regulation called Designated Consumers Regulations, in which the consumer consuming a certain amount of energy must have to have energy audits and have energy managers. And there is a proposal that integrating the incentives of tax rebates, tax incentives with this, that those complying with the designated consumer regulations should enjoy certain tax rebates and certain incentives. So this is the plan of NICA, and the other thing is the training part. We are currently pursuing the training of trainer program. So creating a pool of the experts so that they can train further. And third is we are working with the international partners like the Danish Energy Agency, and textile industry is also proactively taking up the things. So this is the NICA plan of action to incentivize and accelerate the certifications in energy efficiency.
Thank you so much. And want to listen more from you as well in the second round. But before that, Mudassar Saab, if you, sorry, Nabil Saab, if you could please highlight that how can compliance centers especially support the SMEs in the life cycle based reporting requirements? What are your working on that, and what the compliance Ministry of Commerce is working on this aspect probably?
First of all, what we are doing is we have already made some working groups for all the sectors. We are just not working for the textile because we are looking after all the sectors. So with associations, we have all the stakeholders, international players, for example, GIZ, ILO, whosoever is working with the specific sector, we have their members in that group. We have already identified few projects, and we have already submitted few projects to PSDP. We have submitted them to EDF, and we have submitted them to the provinces in consultation with our stakeholders. The important thing here comes is like already you have questioned gentlemen from the NICA, that they have got their inner kind of certification programs. Ministry of Science and Technology has got another CIP, certification incentive program. SMETA is working on another. They have already offered, reimbursement program for the compliances. So we need to integrate all that. Punjab is going to work on these kind of projects, and they are going to link all their funding with the export enhancement and green kind of, reducing the greenhouse gases and going into all kind of traceability. Few things government is not supposed to do. If I'm very blunt about that. Micromanagement is not our job. What we can do is we can provide a kind of a platform, which we are already planning to, for example, for the digital traceability, for kind of setting up the standards and setting up the broader outlines for the frameworks. And then, of course, we need to just oversee the KPIs and make sure that if there are any hurdles in the policy, we can consult to the concerned ministries, we as a National Compliance Center, and we're already doing it. If there is any kind of support required by the SMEs in kind of any maybe funding, in kind of any certification, to talk to the customers, talk to the brands or international legislation partners. So we're already doing that. But of course, we can only provide a platform. We don't want to go into the details. Like there is a misconception for having a data. The data in digital traceability needs to be parked within the factory. That is very clear into the directives of the EU. I mean, any database, when you are putting it up, that should be decentralized. We cannot, as a government, we cannot have a single entity cannot have it. We just need to provide them a layer where we can integrate, and we need to have a dashboard. We can use it for our own reporting and everything. But of course, any hurdles in time in policies, like we are working on hazardous chemical policy, we're part of it. We are working on human rights policy, we're working on child labor policy, so NCC is part of it. Digital product passport, we're already leading it for the textile sector, especially. PPWR is coming up, so for the waste and packaging, we are leading that. So we are trying to facilitate in terms of hand-holding, in terms of training, in terms of bringing any kind of international consultancies or something. Like Dr. Ayaz is there, he knows. It's not that easy to explain it in about 2 minutes, but of course it is linked. One thing is very important. You cannot have a shortcut. Any step you cannot skip. So if it is industry, if it is government, you need to have, for example, for SMEs, it will be very feasible if we have a combined certification program. For example, 50 SMEs in a cluster in an SEZ, they put up their all waste there, whatever the energy is coming up to them, that has been calculated. They put up a kind of incentive program. There is always an incentive fund which is coming up from international partners, and we've already trying to talk to the international partners and brands to support the SMEs. They've already done it for different countries. So that's what Dr. Yaz is doing. That's what Pregmia, PHMA, the approach from the associations, that is positive. They need to come up, they need to bring in, otherwise SDPI or maybe our partners here in NICA, international partners or somebody else, you can't do it. It's you need to grow it through a mushroom approach. For example, universities, TVET sector, you need to build them up. Otherwise, there is no point if you don't have, for example, you have people are going for the EVs and all those vehicles. Yes, that's a good policy. But do you think you have the technicians for them? If your car gets broken up, who's going to fix it up? So we need to create an ecosystem where we are working. So we have all stakeholders putting into that.
Yeah, definitely. We need a unified ecosystem for the standards, for the working that different provincial departments or the federal are doing. So we need an integrated approach for that. And moving forward, Zainab, you have a lot of work on the textiles. And how do you see that industrial competitiveness or resilience can be enhanced? Is it through circularity? Is it through different interventions? I'm talking specifically in the global and Pakistani context. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you so much, Salia. So I'll just relate it with one of the examples around LCA. We did LCA. We got a project in which we had to conduct a life cycle analysis for local SMEs, for local industry in Pakistan around plastic waste. So we got some training. It was again with UNEP, IETC Japan, and we got trained from Japan, and then we had to conduct analysis. What we did was, the kind of data analysis sheets, we had to tailor it as per the local needs. So we redesigned the sheets, and then we went to almost every industry, every producer organization that was in one way or the other engaged in plastics. Let me tell you an interesting fact. None of the major industries shared the data with us. And it wasn't something that they couldn't share. But when we went to the SMEs, they shared each and everything with us. So SMEs had all the capacities of conducting LCA. And based on that, it was again another multi-country project. It was a challenge in Cambodia as well and in another country as well, but Pakistan provided the data. And so for the first time, LC analysis of SMEs and plastics was, reported. And the data was really, really good. So again, with all due respect, sir, I'll disagree with you. We have the data, and I've disagreed with him on another forum as well, so he remembers. We have the data, and I'm sorry to say we are becoming a graveyard of policies that we keep on creating as a reaction whenever there's any international convention or conference or anything that we have ratified. That is not a good approach. We rely on ad hocism. We keep on relying on ad hocism. We keep on waiting for industries to, come up with some innovation, or and then we can strategize around policies. That shouldn't be the approach. And around clusters as well. So Bangladesh's example is one of the best one, where there is a mushroom growth in the SMEs, and how they're doing it. The local industry supports SMEs. They come up with their analysis, with their innovative strategies, their bankable projects, they pitch it, and the government scales it up. The government provides them with innovation in a way that they say that we are ready to report data. The government say, okay, what do you require from us? They say, create a dashboard where we can share data with you, and then they do it and they share data with, right? So this is the kind of approach that we need in Pakistan for SMEs. If we don't need more policies. What we need is, if industries are not reporting, just create a dashboard. NICA is there, other organizations are there, they keep it, they mandate it for the industries to report, and they report it. Coming towards your question, Saleh, now the decarbonization, and there's a lot of debate around decarbonization, and that's totally essential. And for Pakistan, there's a lot of debate. It became a buzzword for like last 2-3 years for industries. Why? Because of the energy efficiency, energy cost, grid, power wheeling, etc. reforms. But life cycle analysis and circularity is essential for the overall global competitiveness, especially if we view CBAM and other upcoming regulations, our climate commitments, because now people are not concerned if certain industry from where they're buying their apparel works on solar or not. What they're concerned is whatever they're wearing, how it got sourced, what is inside this fabric, how it was dyed, because of the concerns around chemical dyes and plastics and so many health issues. They want to know this. For example, there was a product that was being promoted by one of the organizations over LinkedIn that was again bought by recycled polyester and plastics into a new clothing item. So the comments by some people were that I'm not going to be wearing plastics. So this is something I will not encourage. So please tell me what if all your products are made from plastics or not. So this is the major issue around it. So essentially, data, it's not difficult to acquire data. If you want to ensure compliance, Nadeem Saab, you said carrot and stick. For compliance, there has to be stick, right? Around water, wastewater treatments, there has to be stick. But for carrot, the carrot approach has to be there when we come to taxing the industry. It has to be rationalized. I know we are under an IMF program, and providing green subsidies for industries to transition towards circularity is a big question mark as of now. But we are also asking them to transition towards carbon markets. One of the key suggestions that I can give through this platform and as on behalf of SDPI is cluster with local SMEs. They have the data. They can support you in your regulatory compliance as well. And when you cluster with them, if they are able to manage your waste, if they are able to provide you with the kind of resource that is sustainable, if they're able to do that for you, why not cluster with them and then develop your own bankable projects and pitch with government? And that is where you can make them accountable if they're not supporting you in that perspective. So the traditional ad hocism approach needs to take a U-turn now, and we need a kind of innovative approach that industry needs to take up. Take a stand for yourself now, and support the government also, because as of now investors are asking for projects, but we don't have a bankable project pipeline. So that's my intervention.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Zainab. Regarding the circularity, what Zainab has mentioned, Aftab Sab, what institutional reforms do you think are needed to embed circular economy principles into the productivity improved programs, and how NPO can be collaborated with APTMA and compliance centers to align the productivity with the upcoming CBAM requirements? Yeah, or your takeaways on that?
Pele question, the first question, I had to mention one, that an Asian productivity organization has developed green productivity GP 2.0. So it is linking, we have one productivity and the other is the green productivity. So it is combining both the environment and the productivity. So it is on website, you can study this framework as well. So regarding the circular economy, I will give a little bit background that in 2019, I think it was one of the first program organized by the NPO. It was TOT and circular economy. So based on that, NPO wrote letter, the CEO NPO wrote letter to APO to have a research on circular economy. So we have also that research, and the publication is on the website of APO. So you can also refer that study as well. So regarding the productivity and circularity, basically what we can do through productivity assessment, that we can identify the potential, like if we go to the industry, any industry, and right now we are also doing the same with ILO. We will be identifying the ideas. Then for that, we will go for the research work. We are going to have a MOU with the Sialkot Chamber. So there we are going to encourage the revenue-based business model, which encourage the circularity. So for that, we are going to have an collaboration with the Sialkot Chamber and all the local industry, where they will be leading this activity, and NPO can bring in the knowledge from Asian Productivity Organization. We have like country like Japan, Korea, Singapore, Malaysia. From that country, we can bring in, we can support the regional or international knowledge we can bring in. And through productivity assessment, we can have identify the research ideas where the compliance center, the APTAMA can support in that as well. We have the capacity, we are ready to provide the technical assistance, and it is locally present with our in-house team, we can do that also. Regarding the institutional reforms or the policy, so we are also suggesting the productivity policy. One of the deliverable of what we are working with the ILO right now. So based on that, we will be going to have to draft the productivity policy. So there in that policy, we can, it will be the national policy. In that, we can have a chapter of circular economy based on the what we have learned during our experience in the industry. So regarding the collaboration, NPO, like I mentioned, we have also meeting with the Dr. Nabil, that how we can proceed. But to my own experience and also NPO, these all things are, we are making things, to be honest, maybe informal, that we are making things, the whole community and the globally, we are making things very difficult for the SME. So every day we are issuing some international global standards. So what NPO is doing, that we are making these things very simplified. And the learning is that the resource efficiency means energy, material, water system. It is one of the bases where you can go for the circularity as well, for the green productivity, and also for the carbon and GHG emissions. So if we go there, in short, if we go there and assist them practically, right now I had one audit there. So they are accepting the things, but you have to show that is it workable or not. So I think we should go to the shop floor. We should go what really, because the business is, if they are spending 10 rupees, they are expecting that this 10 rupees shall bring 20 rupees. But if we are giving only the theory, it is not a business model. So we have to translate all this idea into the business model. So where the business model will be successful, it is the property of private sector. And if we are going towards the two debates, public sector and private sector. So there, like in Singapore, the productivity was led by the public sector. Like in Japan, it was led by the private sector. So which sector is most active, and which sector can bring the difference, can impact, can bring the impact by adopting all these. So we should develop that that roadmap for the public and private sector. We should give that responsibility to both. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aftab sir, and very rightly highlighted. The aspects, different aspects like energy audits, circularity, financing, and audits. A lot of debate has been done from the since morning. So, Ferdinand, how do you see what are the lessons or best practice that Pakistani textile sector could adopt from the European textile decarbonization aspects they have, and how do you think is it applicable in the case of Pakistan, or there must be some molded or different sort of intervention that could be make feasible in case of Pakistan?
I think, I mean, there's a lot of, this is a very complex question, but I would say that I don't see why. I mean, it's the same standard, it's the same technology, it's the same knowledge. So I don't see why Pakistan shouldn't be at least at the same level as Europe or any other countries. It's just, I mean, I can speak for Denmark. We have been in this progress for the last 30 years, developing our technology, our skills, our systems to supporting. We've got support from government. We have tax schemes in place. We have subsidies that returns to the company. We have development with universities where we've developed and demonstrated technologies. So I think some of these elements should be aware that it takes time, but I think, I mean, you have all the basis for getting there, and I think it's just, I mean, it's easier said than done. It's just getting on the train at the right sort of place, so you don't have to invent sort of the knife and fork all over again. Just learn and adapt from all over the world. I think that's the key message here. It is the same things, and it is hard work. There are no shortcuts in this, so it's a lot of hard work to be in. There's a lot of investments that needs to be done.
Yeah, rightly mentioned, as Nadeem Saab has mentioned, that we need carrot more and stick less in case of Pakistan. But this carrot and stick approach that we needed in the industry, Dr. Yaz, how do you see that SMEs can access, if we're talking about the green financing, as Ferdul and I have mentioned, a lot of investment that needed for this sector specifically, and how we can globally stand and strengthen the collaboration between the SMEs, large units, and their infrastructure development. What do you see, and what's your take on that?
You see, there are many challenges when we talk about green financing. When we talk about decarbonization, the journey starts with the housing. The factory unit should be energy efficient. The building either is a LEED certified building. Look at Bangladesh, they've got more than 200 factories who are LEED standard. We have only 42 factories who are LEED standards. So, that should be improvised and should be centralized to the government level. We need to scale. We need to provide all these products in a scalable manner to serve the SMEs. Similarly, all these certifications, for example, we are talking about energy audits. So we need to scale it at the lower levels where the component should be, for example, we have TAFTA, we have NAVTEC. So they have to teach the energy auditing so that they can be employed. People they can be trained on the digitalization, like digital product passport, because we are talking about data, but verified data. Without a data which is not verifiable, we are zero. And there has to be a centralized depository as Europe is doing in Brussels. So we need to have a centralized networking. And I think the government has initiated National Compliance Center. That is one sector, but every department is working in different silos. They are not even connected with each other. When we talk to Ministry of Climate Change, they speak of Ministry of Power. For example, virtual power purchase agreements, what is in Copenhagen, they serve to the, and on one day you get net zero on your scope 3 emissions, scope 2 emissions. That is the solutions we have, but we don't want to improvise. We actually look into the solutions, but we don't move from our ministry to other ministry. We are stick to operations. So many things are happening at NPO, NICA. We don't know about it at Prigmia. No SME is being approached by them there. What we are doing, because what we are doing is because it is demanded by our customers. We are all export industry. Levi's ask LCA through Hague Index. Somebody else comes, they want SLCP, they want convergence, they want to have different certifications on energy and audits and things like that. So we are bound to do that. But what about the local industry? There is no ecosystem. The mainstream media doesn't talk about water conservation and doesn't talk about the the compliances we are facing in future. So this is the point where it comes to, when I compare while sitting in London, on the government website, this 15,000 appliances already approved and they have on the website. We don't have that centralized directory where people can be using that. And if you take consultants from me, that is going to be very difficult. So that is the biggest challenge we have, working in different silos and not being centralized. And there has to be it has to be led by the private sector. If you see solar energy is entirely private sector. The government has opened the gateway and they have invested and they have proved one of the best contribution towards the renewable energy in the globe. So similar concept can be done if it is led by there, or always there is a government component, but it has to be led by the private sector, and that can be improved in a big way from the SME, because SME is the backbone of the country. We have 70% membership from Sialkot, from Lahore, from Festival, all are SME, and they're ready to learn from there. And we are contributing in that direction, and we need to synergize. Like we are sitting all this discussion, but it is beyond the discussion now. We need to work physically on that matter and to adopt the policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayaz and all the panelists. But before that, I would request everyone to just give us one recommendation. It would be for the government or for the industries, for the private sector, that what could it be from your side? Munib Sahab, if you could have any.
One thing that Ayaz Sahab and Aftab Sahab has already pointed out is that we should have to come out from our silos. We have to coordinate, synergize. Ministry of Climate Change is working on one dimension and NICA is working on another, and we have to come with an integrated approach. So this is my take.
Thank you. Fridolin, if you wanted to have any.
I think I can just add to this. I think you also need to include the industry. So working in silos is not a good thing. You need to learn from each other, and you need to speak the same language. You need to build up trust, because otherwise this will not be in for the long run.
Yeah, Aftab Sahab.
Yes, we have different organizations in the government, but whenever there is any policy, the documents is being circulated among all the ministries, all the departments. So there is consultation process in the government. Yes, there is opportunity to be to inform each other regarding their activities. But it's a huge countries. Everyone can do, but the main thing is that the action being done should have and outcomes and impact in terms of the cost reduction, GHG emissions, or any other KPIs. So when we show the real results to the SMEs, to the private sector, and the other thing is that the starting point, yes, from government you can initiate, but there should be, for every initiatives, there should be a parallel business model for the private sector. If you are not going any policy, any intervention, any framework, if it has, if it do not have two parallel plans for the public sector and private sector. For private sector, that policy should support the business model, but the business model should be the revenue generation, the income based. Then the other thing is the SME, the private sector shall also reply positively to the government policy. Then these two parties can make a huge difference in positive way. Thank you.
Zainab, please. Thank you. I think there's a need to conduct for the industry's need assessment around what are the gaps and capacity needs in context of environmental compliance and in context of the global regulations, whether that's connected with circularity, decarbonization, etc. Once that need assessment is done, share it with the government and development partners, and so that the gap that is around knowledge transfer and capacity building is filled. In context of government, any policy that is there and that is without a strategic action plan and without any target is just a failed policy. So we do not need such policies. And the government also needs to conduct a need assessment of all those departments that are the regulators, where exactly is the missing link. There's no harm in context of identifying your gaps. And once that gap is identified, let's just have a discussion or a public-private dialogue with the development partners that these are the gaps in the government sector, these are the gaps and opportunities in the industry. Now tell us where you can support us. So this is a recommendation.
Thank you. And Dr. Yaz, if you have any.
I have one liner, Ministry of Sustainability, with the 4 components, 25% from the development partner, 25% from the businesses, 25% from the government, and 25% university, under one roof. And that can be parked in any university. That is going to be the first ministry which is actually going to take action from the university, because we need manpower as well. You undermine, our human ranking index is 168. This is the challenge I face when we are touching the the mindset of the people who don't want to change. They don't want to buy a fan which is energy efficient because it is expensive, and they want to buy a fan and they want to in a long term pay more, and that is actually costing this nation. Our import bill is, we have export bill. The total textile sector contributes $16.5 billion, and our import bill is almost equivalent or higher than this. So look what we are doing. So I think we have to take action. We should not sit down. We have this opportunity. We are getting green finances. We got trusted development partners aligning with us. We should use and we should transform our nation to a sustainable nation. Thank you.
Thank you. And one key takeaway is that we need unified approach. And ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all the panelists, at least a unified clap for them. And thank you so much for joining us. And I hope that the participants who have joined in person as well as online have great insights. And we will have these such type of dialogues in the future as well. But before that, I would request Nadeem Nawaz Saab to wrap up the session and to wrap up the summary, what we have discussed so far. Yeah, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Saliha. Actually, I think the panel did an excellent job sort of wrapping up and giving some conclusions. So I'm not sure I can say a lot sort of additional to that. But I think, first of all, a big thanks to STPI and also NICA and GIZ and the Danish Embassy for co-organizing and co-hosting this very important workshop. I think we've been discussing and planning this for more than 1 year. So now it materialized. So we are very happy with that. I think it's been a huge success in terms of participation, both in presence but also online, with some excellent speakers, both international experts, but also I think national experts giving a lot of input and advice to us. I think we also learned a lot from the national experts on the situation on ground. I think it's important that when we have these type of workshops, that it's exchange of knowledge. I mean, we do have some international best practice, but we don't have a situation we can just implement one-to-one. I think we have to understand the local issues on ground. I think you already have a great knowledge pool in Pakistan. You have a lot of expertise. So you need to utilize that and maybe make a united effort in order to implement all the good ideas you have to live up to the tough regulations coming from EU in terms of CBAM and sustainability requirements. I think I also personally learned a lot, especially from Dr. Zainab's presentation on there's also circularity in the used textiles coming to Pakistan. I was actually not aware that it was so much actually being utilized in Pakistan, coming back from Europe and Western countries. And I think you should be compensated for that somehow, also in terms of the regulation coming from EU. I mean, how can you benefit as a country for what you are doing in terms of circularity and sustainability? I think one important message is maybe, I mean, how do we move from energy efficiency to decarbonization to circularity and then to LCA? I mean, life cycle assessments. How do we sort of continue on that journey? I think from the Danish Energy Agency side, we have the expertise in energy sector matters. So we are not experts, I think, in circularity and LCA sort of topics, but we have some good experts and some good companies who specialize in this. And we would love to sort of assist you in developing your policies, also using that expertise. There was a lot of talk about CBAM today. I think you are more or less ready for it. You have been working on it. One of the big barriers, as I see it, there's a lot of silo thinking in Pakistan. I think different ministries are doing different things. I think you need to sort of break down those silos. I'm not sure how you can do it, but I think it should be a recommendation to the ministries and even to the Prime Minister office. I mean, how do we break down these silos in order to have a united effort to meet these requirements coming from EU? Because it's not for fun. I mean, if the industrial sector is not able to meet these requirements, you will lose competitiveness and it will hurt the economy of the country. So that's really a recommendation from my side. Try to break down the silos, unite forces. I think the idea from Ayaz Saab on this Ministry of Sustainability is really a good one. In Denmark, we just call it public-private partnership. I think we have a long tradition of having a very strong public-private partnership in Denmark. It's a small country. There's a lot of trust between the stakeholders and the government. So it's possible to have this strong public-private partnership model in Denmark. But we will always recommend that Pakistan also builds a strong public-private partnership. Maybe not a ministry, but a public-private partnership model, I think, would be recommended. So that I would just like to thank all the participants and the experts joining here today. I think it's really been an excellent workshop with a lot of energy, a lot of knowledge being exchanged, which was the purpose. So thank you all for coming and hope to see you next time, inshallah. Jazakallah khair.
Thank you.
Now, from STPI side, I would request Dr. Khalid Waleed for the vote of thanks, and then we will wrap up the session with a good group photo. Please, sir, join us on the stage. And a huge round of applause for my STPI team for continuously working since 1 month. I really like to thank Ali, Saira, Sarim, Zainab. Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Khalid as well, yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. On behalf of STPI, on behalf of this very hardworking team, thank you so much for joining us. One takeaway from my side would be sometimes when we discuss carrot and stick approaches, carrot sometimes gets really large that it becomes stick. So we need to be careful about that as well. And third thing, Pakistan does have some revenue measures, just like Petroleum Development Levy and Climate Smart Levy. Maybe that revenue can be recycled for hard to abate sectors so that they can invest on energy efficiency and decarbonization measure. In that way, I think we can, in true letter and spirit, and in following the climate justice principle, we can follow the true decarbonization efforts. With that, thank you so much, Embassy of Denmark, Embassy of Germany, Danish Energy Initiative, the team, NICA, for supporting us, for bringing all the stakeholders together. Inshallah, in future, we will be having these sort of dialogues in future as well, and bringing policy makers on the table as well, so that we have equitable implementation of these measures. Thank you so much.